Good morning, everyone. Are we picking back up with Dr. Nye, or are we interrupting her testimony to accommodate another witness's schedule?
Yes, Your Honor, counsel, we have conferred, and we are going to call Sheriff Himsath first this morning due to scheduling. Dr. Nye is available this afternoon.
Okay.
We are planning to move Mr. Castle till tomorrow, and we may finish a little early today, but I don't want to promise the court. And then I just have one housekeeping matter. After conferring with the state, there are 2 additional exhibits, which are depositions that we have an agreement to admit.
Okay. Are those marked as exhibits?
Yes.
All right, and the numbers?
301
All right.
and 346.
And counsel, 301 and 346, is that accurate that those can come in without objection?
Good morning, and yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
All right, those will be admitted. Any housekeeping matters that the state wish to address this morning?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sheriff Himsath, it sounds like you are up. If you're ready, please come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left. Morning. You raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat, and if you turn the microphone on in front of you there. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If I talk too fast or my question doesn't make sense, please ask me to repeat it and slow down.
Sure.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Travis Hemsath.
And Mr. Himsath, how are you employed?
I'm the sheriff of Delaware County.
And how long have you been sheriff?
Since January 1st.
Of 2025?
Yes.
And what did you do before that?
I was employed with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office as a deputy.
And how long were you employed as a deputy?
I've been employed as a deputy for approximately 18 years.
And most of that has been here in Delaware County?
The majority, yes.
Have you completed any specific trainings or certifications since you were elected sheriff and took office as sheriff?
No.
And can you tell me a little bit about the Delaware County Sheriff's Office evidence room?
We have a secured evidence room.
Can you tell me where it is or how big it is?
It's within our sheriff's office, and it's probably 30 feet by 40 feet square.
Is it what I envision as far as a room with shelves that contain boxes and evidence and files?
Yes.
And do you use a evidence logbook or software to track evidence?
Yes.
And does the Delaware County Sheriff's Office have policies regarding the retention of evidence or the handling of evidence?
Yes.
If we can show you Exhibit 400, I believe this is the Delaware County Sheriff's Office policies and procedures that were tendered to us, just to make sure that we're on the same page. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Rules and regulations of the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
And do you have a date on that first page?
Revised 1978.
Okay. And so these are older policies. And are you aware of some newer policies as well?
I don't believe this is the policy and procedure from that time frame.
Right. This would be prior to the most recent or the policies in place now?
No.
Okay. Clarify for me, please.
Are we talking the policy and procedure manual during 2018?
We can. I'm just trying to identify the exhibit at this time.
Oh, sure. Yes, this is rules and regulations.
Okay. And I'm going to ask our team to scroll for you till we get to the more recent version. And if I understood your answer correctly, there's a version that would have been applicable in 2018?
Yes.
Well, she's scrolling through to about page 181. Is this familiar to you, this page?
Yes.
Do you know if this is the page that is applicable in 2018 or today?
I believe so. It looks like the same format.
Okay. And does your policy and procedures manual contain direction on how to handle evidence coming in and out of the evidence room?
Yes.
Does it require you to complete a report?
I'm not sure. I haven't read it in a while.
You haven't updated them since you took over?
No.
What was your policy or your practice when you were an investigator and a deputy sheriff regarding evidence into the evidence room and out?
Yep. So as an investigator, when we seize evidence, we will seize it, we'll tag it, and we'll bag it appropriately, put the proper information on the tag, and we place it in the evidence room. That our evidence technician then logs it into the system. And then if we are requesting a item to go to the lab, we would just let our evidence technician know, and then the evidence technician does the proper logging documentation, and then we do what we need to do with the evidence.
Do you recall who the evidence technician was in 2018?
Jill Knipper.
And if the evidence was not leaving the sheriff's office, was there any paperwork completed?
No, I don't believe so.
You
would have to ask her. I don't know what she does on her end.
Did you enter the evidence room after Mr. Mullis's criminal trial in 2019?
No.
You never entered the evidence room?
I don't have access into the evidence room. Oh, are you talking about our old office or our new office?
I think both.
Both, okay.
Just after the criminal trial in 2019?
Oh, yes, I did once.
Okay. And is there any documentation of when you did that?
I don't believe so, unless Jill had documentation. I don't know.
You don't recall creating anything or signing like a check-in and out sheet or anything like that?
No.
Okay. In your experience, is evidence handling an important part of law enforcement's job?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about why that's important?
Well, it's for chain of custody.
Real quick before I lose this train of thought, you said that you recalled entering the evidence room once after Mr. Mullis's 2019 criminal trial.
Yes.
Do you recall what year that was?
I don't.
And if we shift a little bit to your duties in 2018, can you tell us briefly what you were in charge of or what you were doing for the sheriff's office?
I was a patrol deputy and then also assigned to investigations.
Can you tell me a little bit about what your understanding is for the goals of an investigation?
The goals?
In general.
The goals for an investigation is to perform interviews, collect evidence, and essentially come to a conclusion on a case. I guess every case is different.
Would you say it's investigating whether a crime occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And does your investigation include people outside of you as an investigator? Other people?
Can you I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah. When you conduct an investigation as a deputy sheriff, are there other people that are a part of that investigation?
Yes, we work alongside with many agencies.
Does that include the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation?
Yes.
The Iowa State Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Other law enforcement local agencies?
Yes.
Do you also consult with first responders or medical personnel in certain investigations?
In certain, yes.
If another person is in your investigation is mistaken about a fact, does that affect your entire investigation?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Can you rephrase that? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Sure. If another person who you were working with in an investigation, like a first responder or a medical examiner or another investigator, makes a mistake, in your experience, would that affect your investigation?
It's situational based. Like I said, every case is fluid. Things change.
If someone tells you it's a blue car and it ends up being a gray car, is that a mistake?
Yes.
Have you ever thought you saw someone you knew in Walmart and it turned out it wasn't who you thought it was?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't believe, no, I haven't, not in Walmart.
Someplace, I'm trying to give you a hypothetical, I think, Sheriff.
I understand, yes.
Have you made a mistake before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nobody's perfect.
When you were conducting the investigation into Mrs. Mullis's death, how did you communicate with other people that you were working with in the investigation?
In person, by phone,
Did you send emails?
yeah, I'm sure I did.
Did you receive emails?
Yes,
Send or receive text messages?
yes,
Did you have meetings?
yes,
Did you share reports with each other?
yes,
Did you have access to body cam or audio recordings of interviews?
yes,
What about video of interviews or interactions with witnesses?
yes,
Would all of these documents and communications be a part of your investigative case file?
yes,
Going back to Exhibit 400, I want to make sure I find the right page for you. I think it's 222. Do you recall the policy or the procedure in the Sheriff's Office for report writing in 2018?
no,
If you could take a quick look at page 222, which should be on the screen in front of you. Have you reviewed that?
yes,
Does it contain information about how to write a report or when a report should be written?
yes,
Do you have an investigative technique or procedure that you use to determine how someone was injured?
no,
And you've testified previously regarding Amy Mullis's death in your investigation.
yes,
And we can show you this testimony as well, so I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to trick you. But do you recall testifying August 29th, 2019 in a deposition before the criminal trial?
yes,
And for the record, that is Exhibit 258, which we've already admitted. And then do you recall testifying at the criminal trial September 19th, 2019?
yes,
And then you've testified in 2023 in another deposition in this post-conviction action. Is that your memory?
yes,
Okay. And for the record, the PCR deposition is Exhibit 327. did you testify truthfully and accurately each of those 3 times?
To my best of my ability, yes.
Have you learned since then that your testimony at the criminal trial September 19th, 2019 was false?
I don't believe so.
Have you learned that you stated facts that weren't true?
Nothing that was pointed out to me, no.
You don't recall in your 2023 deposition learning that you were incorrect about the times of Google searches?
Yes, I didn't have a clear understanding of the UTC time at that time, yes.
And Mr. Himiseth, I don't want to repeat all of your prior testimony, so if my questions don't make sense, please let me know. But you have, am I correct that you have a 2-year degree in police science?
Yes.
Okay. And does that 2-year degree that you have cover physics?
That I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look.
Do you recall learning any engineering principles in your studies?
No.
Anything about biomechanics and the body?
No.
Did you learn about accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Would that have been focused on motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And are you a lifelong resident of Delaware County?
No.
Where did you live before Delaware County?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Up in Howard County.
Is Howard County considered a rural area or a farming community?
Yes.
In the course of your experience in your law enforcement career, have you responded to farming accidents?
Yes.
When did you get involved in the investigation or learn about the death of Amy Mullis?
It would have been on the evening of November 10th, 2018.
Do you recall what time?
I came on shift at 5, and I believe around 5:30, 6 o'clock range is when I became aware.
Do you remember how you became aware?
I think I read a call page, and then I spoke to Deputy Thompson.
What did you do after you read that call page and spoke to Deputy Thompson?
Deputy Thompson went out to the farm with me, the Mullis farm.
To the Mullis farm.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
I think around 6 p.m.
And this would have been November 10th, 2018?
Yes.
And that is the day that Ms. Mullis died?
Yes.
And I don't want you to assume, but do you remember, was it dark outside?
I believe so. Yes.
Was it cold?
Yes.
Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Why did you want to go to the farm?
Well, I wanted a better understanding as far as what happened. Deputy Thompson advised me of what had occurred, so I just had asked him if he would take me out to the farm and just kind of walk me through it. So we went to the farm and essentially did a consent approach to the scene, you would say, or the reported area, and Deputy Todd Thompson walked me through what he was
The
doing.
Mullis family gave you consent to examine the shed and the outbuildings?
Yes, it gave consent to Deputy Thompson.
Did you talk to Sheriff LeClaire before you went to the farm?
I don't believe I did, no.
You talked to him while you were there, though?
I honestly don't recall if I did or not.
Would you disagree if the phone record showed that you were on the phone with Sheriff LeClaire while you're at the farm?
Yeah, if the phone records show it, yes. I don't recall speaking with him.
So you don't recall what you talked about then?
I do not, no.
Is there a report that you completed regarding your activities on November 10th, 2018?
I didn't have access to all my reports for today, but I believe there would have been.
We'll try to look and see if we can find a report for you, but we'll move on, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do you recall walking around the farmyard that night?
I wasn't walking around the farmyard, but I was walking around the red shed, yes.
Okay. And did you see anything unusual?
You'd have to be more specific than that. What do you mean by unusual?
Well, you previously testified that you saw nothing unusual outside of the shed.
Correct.
Okay. And that included that you didn't notice any footprints or tracks. Is that still your recollection?
Correct, yes.
Did you see surveillance cameras while you were there November 10th?
No.
How wide was the door to get into the shed?
That I'm not sure. It wasn't very wide.
Did you take any photographs while you were there?
No.
Have you reviewed the photographs that Deputies Thompson and Holub took earlier in the day?
It's been a while since I've seen them, but I did see them at a later date.
Would it help you if you could review those today?
I have a general understanding of the majority of them.
Okay. So is your testimony that you don't know how wide the doorway was to get into the shed?
Not too exact, no. Not exact measurements, no. But I do believe we have photographs of that.
Okay. Could you and I have walked into the shed together, arm in arm?
I don't think so. If my memory serves me right, it's 2 to 3 feet wide, maybe.
Did you try to move the door?
I did not.
How wide was the aisle or the walkway once you entered the shed?
Again, off memory, I believe around that 30-some inch range.
And you would defer to your reports that you had written?
Well, we took photographs of the scene.
Can we show Exhibit 311? Mr. Himsath, I believe these are photographs taken by the Delaware County Sheriff's Office that you might be referring to. And they were tendered to me as a PDF that has a total of 20 pictures, so we'll have to scroll through. Is this the shed that you were referring to?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Nicole, the opening there, is that the door that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can go down to 19, I'm sorry. Do you know what this picture is showing us?
Yes.
What is it?
This is that alleyway. You come into the front door, and then when you immediately look left.
So this would depict how wide it was. This is how you documented it?
Yes. Well, I did not document this.
Your sheriff's office, your investigation did?
Deputy Thompson did at right after the 911 call.
Okay. How tall were the chemical totes? Because the picture doesn't go all the way up, right?
I believe they're too high because I don't think a third one stacked on top of that would clear the door clearance. I'm not sure, though.
Was it above your head?
Yes.
And how tall are you?
Pretty short,
I think I'm going to have to ask you to be a little more specific there.
like 5'7".
Okay, so more than 6 feet?
Yes,
Were they taller than 7 feet?
yes.
And then if we could go back up to 18. Page 18 of 311 for the record, I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Himsath, what are we looking at here in the middle picture?
Yes, so you go down that alley where you've seen the corn rake laying on the ground, and then you look immediately to your right, and that is displayed just down that walkway. That's the animal carrier crate.
And these are these the only two places you can walk in that shed?
Yes,
And this is the documentation we have of how wide that area was as well?
yes.
Did you walk down towards the pet carrier while you were in the shed?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about the carrier?
It's half pulled out on the shelf.
And what are we seeing there in the photo under the pet carrier?
Some grain augers.
What is a grain auger?
It augers grain.
For those of us that aren't farmers, what does that mean?
It means it moves the flow of grain through a tube.
And so the green and the black long cylinder objects we see in the pictures, those are the augers,
Yes.
and they move,
Well, they don't right there.
but they can move.
Yeah, they need to be inserted into a steel tube, and then a motor runs that and it augers grain.
So there's a piece of them, like the circular or the rounded piece that moves around. Is that right?
No, this would just be like a smaller version would be like an ice auger.
Okay. I'm sorry, I still don't know what that is, but did you step on these augers?
No,
Did you touch them?
no,
Did you attempt to manipulate them or move them in any way?
no.
I want to show you Exhibit 269 now. When you're in that walkway, what's to the right of you?
Be like a throw bale wagon for hay.
Did you make any observations about what was in that wagon?
I don't recall.
Have you seen this photo before?
So there's tanks in the wagon.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that?
There's tanks in the wagon,
Tanks.
water or chemical tanks. The way that's what this picture displays.
Do you also see a stuffed animal, a kid's toy?
Yes.
Counsel, just for the record, which exhibit is this? There's a number of stickers on it.
This has been marked 269 for the purposes of the post-conviction. At trial, it was, I think, I can't read that, 103.
Thank you.
Okay. You can take that down. Thank you. Mr. Himsath, did you talk with Todd or Tristan Mullis on November 10th?
No.
Did your other deputies in your office talk with them?
Yes.
Did you review their reports?
Yes.
And have you reviewed any body cam, video, or audio of those interviews?
No.
Did you also review a report written by the sheriff at the time, Mr. LeClaire?
Yes.
And I believe these have already been admitted, but I'm referring to Exhibit 201 and 221 regarding Sheriff LeClaire's report and his deposition. Have you had an opportunity to review any of the depositions given in this matter?
Not of other people, no.
Okay. And then Exhibit 318 is Thompson's report, and 264 is Holub's report. Do you recall whether your theory when you left the farm November 10th, what your theory was regarding how Ms. Mullis died.
I honestly didn't have a theory. I asked Deputy Thompson to walk me out there, or take me out there, and to describe what was explained to him. My next step after that was just the autopsy.
When did you learn there was going to be an autopsy?
I believe the next day.
When you were on the farm and in the shed, did you find anything that disproved the idea or the theory that Ms. Mullis had tripped and fallen?
No.
So you said a moment ago, I think, that the next day you learned there was going to be an autopsy. Do you remember who you learned that from?
I don't. I'm assuming that was communicated from the hospital.
Do you recall having conversations with Mr. LeClaire?
Well, we had a lot of conversations. John and I did. He may have told me, or Mike Croffel. I know Mike Croffel with DCI was contacted. John had contacted him, so I may have heard it from Mike too.
So, John or Mr. LeClaire was having conversations with DCI agent Croffel?
Yes.
And were you a part of those, or you just were told about them?
No, I wasn't a part of those. I was just told about it.
What else happened on November 11th?
November 11th?
Yes, the second day of your investigation.
I believe I came in and then I was briefed on the rest of it. We had conversations with DCI. I talked with John, and the next step was I believe I had conversations with DCI Special Agent Mike Croffel about attending the autopsy. That was the next thing I did, I believe, in the case.
Were you aware that Mike Croffel told LeClaire to lock Todd into his story on the 10th?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I learned that from reviewing his report.
Do you recall any other investigative activities on the 11th?
Not offhand, no.
Do you know what happened next in the investigation?
I went to the autopsy.
Do you recall what date that was?
I don't.
If the autopsy report is dated November 12th, 2018, would you accept that?
Yes.
There's been testimony about another deputy we haven't talked about yet, Keith Rowley.
Yes.
Who's Keith?
Keith was a deputy at the sheriff's office during this time.
And is he no longer a deputy?
Correct, he retired.
What did you learn about Deputy Rowley as it related to your investigation?
We had learned that he had a previous affair before this incident with Amy Mullis.
What were the dates of that affair?
That I don't know. I was just told it was way before this incident, and that him and his wife were in a good place at the time that this incident occurred.
For clarity of the record, when this incident occurred, you're talking about Amy's death on November 10th?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been testimony about clearing Deputy Rowley as a suspect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you involved in that?
Not directly, no.
Why was that?
That was between the sheriff and DCI.
So were you indirectly involved in that part of the investigation?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was in the office, I don't remember the date of it. I was in the office and Keith had came in to the office. I believe DCI was present within our office, and Keith had asked to have a conversation with us quick and in the sheriff's office, and that's when he had disclosed to us that he had a previous affair with Amy. He was currently working that day, and then that was it. It was short, it was brief. I left it up to John and I think Mike Croffle or John Turbot to address that.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what a patrol log is?
Patrol log is a daily activity report. You write down calls for service, town time, in and out town time.
Do you complete one every day?
I do not.
Why not?
If I get busy, I just don't have time to fill one out.
Are you supposed to complete one every day?
I guess I've never been told that I had to, but we had an understanding that if I get busy during the day, I don't fill one out.
Is there another way or another avenue to see where a deputy was during patrol?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, there's actually, yes, we have two GPSs in our car, one called Mach and one called AVL.
One called
MACH. And then the other called AVL.
Were you using both of those in 2018?
Yes. No. Yes, we were, sorry, yes.
And we have some prior testimony that that could be reviewed by the sheriff, those
Correct.
GPS I don't know if I should call it a document. How would you describe it?
I've never accessed it, so I just know it's called AVL. It's a GPS in our car. When we start our car up, it activates, and then if we shut our car off, I don't know how long it stays on. We've never been told at that time what it consists of. We just know it's a GPS system, and the sheriff had access to the platform to view it.
Did you retain any of that information in your file?
I did not.
Have you reviewed it since 2018?
Reviewed what?
The GPS information, data?
No, it's a platform, and I was told that the software, there's a certain time period it's retained for, and then it's gone. I don't know what the retention period is. Like I said, I didn't have access to that.
Okay. And we've previously admitted exhibits 208 and 209, which are patrol logs, and if we'll pull those up for you here in a moment.
Counsel, for whatever it's worth, I show 208 as being admitted, but not 209. I don't know if you want
Yes, Your Honor, we were just
double check that.
conferring about that,
Okay.
and I believe we have an agreement to admit 209 as well, just so the record is clear.
Okay. Should I admit 209?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bakke.
Mr. Himaseth, on your screen, are you seeing exhibit 208? 209? I'm sorry, I can't see that far away. All right, 208. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
What is it?
Patrol log.
For who?
Keith Raleigh.
And this would have been in addition to the GPS information and data that the sheriff reviewed?
I don't know if we reviewed it, but we have it.
As far as information regarding where Raleigh was at the time that Amy Mullis was injured?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can flip to 209. and scroll so that Mr. Himsath can see the multiple pages. And when you are ready, if you could let us know what these are.
Patrol logs,
And do these include other deputies in addition to Mr. Rowley?
yes.
Do you know if Deputy Rowley responded to the dispatch on November 10th, 2018 regarding Mrs. Mullis?
No,
And do you recall testifying previously that Deputy Rowley was nowhere near the Mullis residence?
yes.
Is the basis for that statement the patrol log and the GPS that we don't have to look at today?
It's what I was told from the sheriff.
So you don't have any personal knowledge about how close Rowley was to the Mullis farm?
No,
Do you know if you learned about Rowley and reviewed the GPS data before autopsy or after?
I didn't review any of that. That wasn't my responsibility in this case.
Okay, but maybe I'm misunderstanding. You said you were in the office with the sheriff while he was reviewing it?
I was present after we briefly spoke to Keith, and he had brought it up on his computer and started reviewing it. I don't believe I stayed in there the whole time. I had other avenues that I was working on, and I just had asked him, I said, please preserve that when you're done. He finished, obviously, and he had communicated with DCI that Keith was not near that location.
At that point, did you consider him cleared as a suspect?
I believe that's what John Turnbutt and Mike Croffel and I didn't specifically come out and say he's cleared. That was a determination from Mike and John.
Okay. And if you're clearing a suspect, does that mean that you've already decided there was a crime?
Yeah. Or a suspected crime.
Okay. Let's move on to the autopsy.
Okay.
You would have attended that at the medical examiner's office in Ankeny, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take with you when you went to the autopsy?
I took the corn rake and the clothing from Amy.
And have you seen those since the autopsy?
Yes.
When have you seen them?
During trial, several times, I guess. I don't know how many specific times.
Okay.
I brought some of the stuff up the other day in bags.
Right. It was here in the courtroom earlier this week.
Yes.
Have you looked at it in the evidence room as well?
Just once, yes. That was post-trial.
During the post-conviction?
Yes.
What did you do with the corn rake during the autopsy?
I just brought it into the medical examiner's office and gave it to the technicians, Kelly Cruz.
And were you in the room with Mrs. Mullis's body?
Yes.
Did you make any observations about the medical examiner and her assistants and the corn rake?
No.
You didn't see them look at the corn rake?
Yeah, they reviewed the corn rake, yeah.
Okay. Did you come to any conclusions during the autopsy about the corn rake?
I did not. I was there just solely for observation.
Did you complete a report about your observations?
No.
Do you think you should have completed a report?
Well, no, because the reason why we take somebody to autopsy, that's for their determination.
What did you and Dr. Cruz talk about?
We didn't talk about much. She did her examination, I just stood by, and then we talked about her conclusion at the end about that it was, she was going to rule it a homicide, or as a possible homicide.
Did you tell her how Miss Mullis's body was found?
Yes. I gave her the description that was explained to me, yes.
And that was a description that Deputy Thompson and Holub had gotten from Todd and Tristan Mullis?
Correct.
So did you have any firsthand knowledge about how Ms. Mullis's body was found?
No, I did not talk to Todd or Tristan.
Before the autopsy, had you seen any reenactment of how Ms. Mullis's body was found?
No.
Is it possible you gave Dr. Cruz incorrect information about how the body was found?
I don't believe so. I stated exactly what was described to me by Deputy Thompson.
Can we pull up Thompson's? I want to just give you Exhibit 300 to review, which I believe is Deputy Thompson's report. Can you let me know if that is correct?
Yes.
Would you take a moment to review it and see if this is the information you had when you went to the autopsy?
It is.
And now I'm going to switch to Exhibit 217. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
And for the record, this is also, it's in the exhibits twice, 254, I think, as part of the medical examiner's photographs. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That'd be the inside of the Carhartt coat.
How many arrows are there?
4.
Do you know what the arrows are pointing to?
I believe they were pointing to the holes in the coat.
Are you aware of any photographs with arrows from the other items of clothing, the sweatshirt or the t-shirt?
No, whatever photos we have would be maintained in our case file. Okay. Yes. Or at the medical examiner's file.
Okay. And so this was was this the information you got from Dr. Cruz at the end of the autopsy, that she found 4 holes in the coat?
What do you mean by got from her?
That she told you, that you learned?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
That was a while ago. I'm not sure. I know there's holes in the coat. I don't remember seeing them take this photograph. But yeah, there was holes in the coat.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously in 2023 that Dr. Cruz told you there were 6 holes in the coat?
If that was my testimony, yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this photo only demonstrates 4 holes?
There's 4 arrows. The lab techs must have taken that, yes.
Okay, we can take it down. What did you do after the autopsy in your investigation? Not in your personal life, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. I made contact with John Turbett and Mike Croffel and just explained to them that this is a potential homicide investigation, and then we proceeded with search warrants and interviews.
Do you recall what activities specifically you did, like which search warrants you drafted or any interviews you did between the autopsy on the 12th and November 16th?
I drafted quite a few search warrants in reference to the farm, seizing electronics, and then we did an assortment of interviews. John and I split up people and performed interviews.
Who were you talking to?
Quite a list. I don't know them all off the top of my head, honestly. I don't know if there was 25 or 30 interviews.
I'm not trying to ask you for specific names, but could you characterize what type of people you were interviewing? Were they other law enforcement or lay witnesses, fact witnesses?
Just essentially, just lay witnesses. We would get information that somebody might know something, we'd go to them, we'd speak to them, and then we would just move on to the next.
Would these include friends or family of Mrs. Mullis?
Yes.
Colleagues or coworkers of Mrs. Mullis?
Assortments, yes.
What did you learn during that time period?
To the 16th?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, that's okay. I'm sorry. I don't want you to.
I would have to review my interview summaries. The majority of that time frame, I believe I was preparing search warrants.
Were you reviewing interviews done by other officers or getting updates from them?
I'm sure during that course, yes.
Did you come to any conclusions before November 16th?
I don't remember.
Did you have a suspect November 16th?
When was the autopsy?
The 12th.
We had suspects.
On the 16th?
I don't know the dates.
When?
I don't know. I don't remember what we did between the 12th and the 16th. But we would have had two suspects at that point.
Who were they?
Would have been Jerry Frazier and Todd Mullis, to my recollection.
Okay. And so at that point, Raleigh was not a suspect. Is that my understanding? Is that right?
I don't know the date that the sheriff had told me about watching the AVL. I'm unaware of the sheriff's conversation with DCI.
If you testified in your 2023 deposition that you let Deputy Rowley know he was clear November 14th, would you accept that?
Yes.
Why was Jerry Frazier a suspect?
I think we established there was communication between Amy and him.
Why was Todd a suspect?
During that time period,
Yes.
I'd have to review my reports on that.
You don't have any recollection or memory?
It came out through witness interviews, like with Terry Stainer. Through the course, we started hearing about relationship problems with Todd. John and I did.
Okay.
And at that point, I don't know the time frames on those, but
Do you recall Todd being interviewed at the sheriff's office on November 16th?
that probably would have been when John Turbid interviewed him. Yes.
Would you have been in the building?
Yes.
Did you listen or watch?
Not the whole time, briefly.
Did you talk with Agent Turbid before the interview?
Yes.
Were you aware that Turbid was going to accuse Todd of murdering Amy?
No.
Have you reviewed any of the recordings from that interview?
It was a long time ago, briefly.
If I tell you that Turbid did accuse Todd of murdering Amy in that interview, would you disagree with me?
I don't know what the context of the interview was.
Do you want me to try to find it and play it for you, or take time to review it?
Are you wanting me to agree to that?
I'm wanting to know if you disagree that Turbid told Todd or accused Todd of murdering Amy November 16th.
I believe that the topic would have came up. I don't know the context of the interview.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what John had spoke to him about.
Okay. And you haven't reviewed Turbid's depositions or trial testimony?
No.
His reports?
No.
If his reports and his audio and the video indicate he accused Mr. Mullis of murdering his wife November 16th,
Then that
would you accept that?
That would be accurate then, yes.
On November 16th, in your investigation, had you obtained any cell phone records of the victim or the suspects?
That I don't know. I forget that we actually executed the warrant at the house.
If I told you you executed the warrant after the interview with Mr. Mullis later on November 16th, would you agree?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
For the warrant?
Yes.
Yes.
Was Agent Turbot there?
Yes.
Was Mr. Mullis there?
Yes.
Was his sister Lynn White there?
I don't remember if she was or not. I know Bob Saber was, a few other DCI agents, and a couple other deputies from our office. She may have been there at some point. I don't know.
Okay. Bob Saber, is he an attorney?
Yes.
Did you know he was an attorney when you went to the farm?
Yes, shortly afterwards.
Was he there for Mr. Mullis?
I don't know why I was there. I would assume he was there for Mr. Mullis, yeah.
What did you seize November 16th on that search warrant?
Electronics, and then yes.
And do you recall there being an iPad?
Yes,
And do you recall asking for a password?
I do, yes.
Do you recall testifying about Todd consenting and giving you that password?
Yes,
And Todd consulted with Mr. Sabers and then gave you the password. Is that your recollection?
yes,
Do you recall testifying at trial that Todd hesitated before giving you the password?
yes.
Do you think telling a jury that he hesitated had a bad connotation?
Objection, this is, it's an improper question. His opinion on what the impact on the jury was is not relevant.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. What inference were you making when you said Todd hesitated?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor. This is still commenting on what the impact on the jury was. The record speaks for itself. The transcript's already in evidence.
Sustained.
Why did you say he hesitated?
Because he hesitated.
Because he talked to his lawyer? That's hesitation? I'm trying to understand your thought process there.
Yeah, so I asked him for the password, and he hesitated, and then he consulted with his attorney, and then he gave me the password.
And you were wearing your body camera at that time?
Yes, it's documented by video.
Do you recall testifying at the criminal trial in 2019 about the results of examinations on this electronic evidence that you seized?
Yes,
And you're not certified to conduct electronic device analysis?
the physical extractions, the digital imaging of a device, no.
And do you have any specific training on interpreting extractions?
For a Cellbrite, we are provided a Cellbrite reader, and we don't need to have a certification on that. The platform is very easily navigatable, and you can't alter it. So no law enforcement has to have certification on the reader program that we are provided from we use the word Crawley, and he's certified on Cellbrite, so he would do the examination on the examiner, and then he provides the reader program to law enforcement.
Okay. But my question was, do you have any specific training on interpreting the extraction results?
On the reader?
Yes.
No, there is none.
Okay. There's no training available to you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Did you testify that the Google searches were all done by Todd Mullis?
I'm going to object. The transcript speaks for itself.
Overruled.
I don't remember exactly what my transcript, I didn't go over my trial transcript, but Is it possible that more than Todd searched on that iPad? Yeah, it's possible in certain categories. It's possible. But it's not reasonable in some other categories of that search.
In addition to Ward Crawley, do you recall also speaking with Roman Gamble at DCI?
Yes,
Did that happen in 2024
it did.
during this post-conviction?
It did.
After you learned about Mr. Castle's examination and analysis?
I don't know what his analysis is.
You haven't reviewed that?
No.
You have reviewed parts of the post-conviction filing, though?
What do you mean by the filing?
Well, in your 2023 deposition in this post-conviction,
Just a few paragraphs. There was, to my knowledge, there was several filings, but I've only read a few paragraphs.
thank you for that clarification. Your deposition made it sound like you read everything.
No.
Were you aware that the iPad did not have cellular data in 2018?
Upon the time that we seized the iPad, I didn't know. I know the iPad is either cellular or Wi-Fi capable. I just seized the device and then gave it to Ward Crawley.
I'm not trying to be flippant, but if a device like an iPad or a cell phone does not have cellular data, does it work in a rural area like a cornfield?
Only if there's Wi-Fi available.
Is there generally Wi-Fi available in a cornfield?
Well, I mean, it depends. We're not going to get far-fetched on this, but there are farms that have Wi-Fi capabilities that extend beyond the house or a residence. Yes, that is possible. Anything is possible. In a cornfield, it depends on how close you're to other residents. This is a hypothetical, but yes.
Did you do any investigation into where Todd Mullis was at the time you thought these searches were being done?
There's no way to know where he was. No,
Didn't you also seize his cell phone?
I didn't.
Didn't you also have it examined and analyzed?
Yes,
Are you aware of cell tower records from cell phones?
yes.
Are you saying you couldn't have used those to determine where Todd was?
I had asked Ward Crawley about that for the Cellbrite, about the location data, and he didn't provide me with anything.
Could you have talked to witnesses about the dates in question and if they had seen Todd that day?
Yeah, I guess we could. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could have.
Coming from a farming community, are you familiar with the time period that farmers are most busy?
Yes.
When is that?
Well, weather dependent, spring and fall.
And have you ever seen someone in a field late into the night,
Yes.
early in the morning,
Yes.
around the clock?
I haven't seen somebody in the field 24 hours personally.
But at any time of the day?
Yeah, any time of the day is possible. Correct.
And spring would be planting season, is that fair?
Yes.
Is fall harvest?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you attributed to Todd would have been occurring in spring or fall, right?
Yes. Some of them were in May and then some were in January.
Okay. Did you do any investigation into Todd's activities in May or January? Or what was the other month you said? I'm sorry.
May and,
May
well,
and June.
there's several sections. Roman Gamble, he created a spreadsheet for the layout, so it's easily read
Okay.
for visual aid.
Did you do any investigation as to those time periods where Todd was?
I don't believe so.
Did you talk to any witnesses about Todd's activities?
Objection, that's overly broad.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, if I finish my thought. During those time periods of the Google searches.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Do you have any information from your investigation that Todd would have been able to do a search from the iPad while he was planting corn?
No.
Your testimony at the 2019 trial regarding the Google search warrant return and the iPad, all of that comes from Ward Crowley's work? Is that, am I understanding that?
What do you mean by that?
You testified about the timing and the content of the searches and what they were done on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you've told us that you were wrong about what UTC time was.
Yes, I didn't understand the time.
And so you testified that some searches were done late at night, but that wasn't true.
Well, correct, it wouldn't have been accurate because the conversion wasn't completed.
Okay. And you testified about looking at the iPad and the browser search history.
Yes, Board and I did.
That is not the same as a forensic digital extraction, though. Is it the same?
Then what are you comparing it to?
What you did to the iPad?
What Board and I sat down and went through as far
No.
as the comparison?
Nope, that's one thing, right?
Okay, that's the device.
And then you personally looked at the iPad in your hands,
Okay,
just like you would for your teenager, to
Okay.
see what they've been Googling, right?
oh, sure, yes.
You did that.
I looked at when we were down there, we looked into not the search history, it would have been like the Google bar where it saves your last 10 or 11 searches, but those displayed on the Cellbrite extraction.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Have you listened to the 911 call from November 10th, 2018?
Yes. It's been a while, but yes.
Do you recall when you first listened to it?
I don't.
Would it have been before you arrested Todd?
I don't believe I listened to that. It was thrown into the case file. I don't believe I listened to the 911 call before we made the arrest.
Okay. And you arrested Todd several months after Amy's death?
Yes.
Do you recall the date?
I don't.
If I told you your body cam reflects February 29th, 2019, would you agree?
Yes.
February 28th, I'm sorry. February doesn't usually have 29 days, right?
Yes.
Did you arrest Todd at his home, at his farm?
No.
Where did you arrest Todd at?
It'd be a hog building on 270th Avenue.
How did you know that's where Todd was?
It was a lucky guess. We seen his truck there.
Okay. And did Todd resist?
No.
When you approached the hog building, do you recall what you said to Todd?
I had opened the door and Todd was sitting there, and then I asked him to come outside.
Do you recall telling him, I have your electronic devices to return to you?
Yes.
Were you carrying a box?
Yes.
Was that in fact a lie?
Objection to that characterization.
Overruled.
There was no electronics in the box. It was a safety precaution.
So the box was empty?
Yes.
When Todd came out of the building, what did you do?
I believe I placed him under arrest.
Did you place handcuffs on him?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Then he was escorted to Eric Brooks' squad car and placed inside.
When you say squad car, does that also include a truck?
It was a truck, yes.
Is it common for your sheriff's office to have trucks instead of a four-door sedan?
Yeah, it was a crew cab Dodge.
And was Agent Turbin on the scene with you?
He was in the truck.
And so you placed Mr. Mullis under arrest and then placed him in the truck with Agent Turbot?
Yes.
What was your plan for having Mr. Mullis with Agent Turbot
John wanted to speak with him again.
after he was arrested?
Yes.
At the time you arrested Todd in February of 2019, you knew he had counsel. Did you?
Well, Bob Sabers. Yes.
Did you coordinate with Bob Sabers so that Mr. Mullis could have turned himself in?
I didn't.
Do you remember discussing that with your investigative team?
I don't believe so. It may have came up. I don't know. I don't remember. That was a long time ago, but as far as I know, no.
Did you consider yourself to be the lead investigator for the sheriff's office?
Yeah, so I'm the lead point of contact for the sheriff's office, and John is the lead point contact for DCI. And so the two of us, we team together for the lead point of contact, yes.
You could you have contacted Mr. Sabers and asked him to have his client turn himself in?
Yes, that is possible.
After Todd's arrest, did you read him any Miranda warnings?
I did not.
Did you hear anybody read him Miranda warnings?
No.
You knew Agent Turbot was planning to talk to him in the
Yes.
car?
Yes.
And I've seen this video, so it appears that you leave the truck and go back to the hog barn. Is that your recollection?
Yeah, I think we just stand around outside.
Did
And
you get into the truck at any point?
No.
At the time you arrested Todd, had you listened to the 911 call?
I don't believe so.
Had you listened to the dispatch recordings?
I don't believe so.
Have you listened to them now?
It's been a while, but yes, it was around trial time.
And that would have been September of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall specifically listening to the 911 call and to the dispatch, like radio traffic?
Yes, that's what we would have had, yes.
I ask because for me, they're two separate recordings and files. Do they appear that way to you?
Yeah, I believe it's all one, just the 911 recording with audio, but yes.
So have you ever listened to a separate recording that's the dispatchers? Okay. Is it always just been one file?
I believe so.
Okay. I don't want to play the wrong thing for you. Do you recall the prosecutor from the AG's office at the trial in 2019, who that was?
Yes, Maureen.
What was her last name?
I believe Hughes.
Had you worked with her before?
No.
Have you worked with her since?
No.
Do you know if she's still in Iowa?
Last I heard, I think she's in Tennessee. I don't know if that's accurate, to be honest.
Did you assist her in preparation for trial?
Well, I didn't assist her. I mean, we trial prepped.
Did you help her with evidence and exhibits?
Yes.
Specifically the 911 call?
Yes.
Do you recall calling her the night before Todd's cross-exam at the criminal trial?
Yes.
Was that after 10 p.m.?
Probably was. I don't know the time, but yes, I talked to her.
Was that about the 911 call?
Yes.
Were you excited?
I don't know if I was excited. I mean, what do you mean by excited? No, we talked about the 911 call and we discussed if she was going to use a 911 call. That was the conversation.
Did you learn something new that prompted that phone call?
About
About the 911 call?
Yeah. Well, about what the contents of it, whether it said one thing or the other. Yeah, that's what was this discussion about, yes.
Where did you learn
I don't remember how we got that information, honestly.
Did you document any report about how you got that information?
I did not, no.
Do you recall the name of the person?
No. I don't know if somebody sent me a message or called me. I don't remember that, but essentially it was a tip.
And this tip tells you there's something else being said on this 911 call?
Yes.
Had you ever heard that before?
I've never listened to the audio before that.
So you're near the end of a murder trial and you never listened to the 911 audio before?
I don't. I did not listen to it. We obtained it, we put it in the case file, but I don't believe I ever listened to it.
Do you know if anyone else listened to it before trial?
Objection calls for speculation.
That I don't know.
Did you have any discussions about the 911 call being an exhibit at trial?
It was an exhibit.
Do you recall talking to the county attorney about it?
About entering it as an exhibit?
Yes.
I think that's common practice.
Are you aware that any statement made by a criminal defendant has to be disclosed to him before trial?
Objection, this witness's knowledge of the rules of criminal procedure is not relevant to the claims at issue.
I would say he's trained on those and he knows what Miranda is, so he can answer the question.
Overruled, the witness can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
Do you think it would be important evidence if the defendant or a suspect made an admission?
But yeah, I think that's important, yeah.
Do you think the statements that the AG argued Mr. Mullis made are prejudicial?
That wasn't my decision.
I'm asking for your opinion.
Prejudicial? I don't know.
Do you think they were indicative of guilt?
As far as the content,
Well, the new statements that you guys discovered in the middle of trial, were those important to you?
they're important to the case
Why?
because of the content.
Because why?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking me. The content, the Maureen pointed out the audio, and she made the argument. I had no involvement in that. So whatever the content is the content is.
As an investigator,
Okay.
disparaging comments about a victim, are those important to you?
From a defendant, yes.
Or from a suspect?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any choice but to play it, and if we're okay, we haven't tested audio yet to make sure it works. The 911 call is Exhibit 293.
And 293 has not been admitted.
So it like cuts off, and so I have to put both of the files in that folder. Yeah. I would just be proposing and do you have any objection to
The 911 calls in evidence, so I have no objection. It was admitted in the underlying trial, so it's already in evidence in this case.
So I guess 293 will be admitted separately then if it is identified. Obviously, it is part of the underlying record as well.
And I would just clarify for that, as long as this is the same version and file as the, so as long as they agree to that and it's not a different version, I have no objection.
We don't want a new enhanced audio argument, I hope. And then,
Your Honor, would you prefer to take a break and we can play it for the state and make sure there's no problem with it?
that might be the safer bet. Why don't we go ahead and do that? And then also, any audio recordings will not be reported, just to clarify that. So let's go ahead and take about 15 minutes and we'll pick back up around 10:30. Court's in recess till then. Please be seated. Okay, Ms. Nichols-Cook, we're back on the record. Were you picking back up with your audio?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that exhibit number again is?
Your Honor, it's Exhibit 293.
Okay.
It has been tendered to the court on an external hard drive. There are 2 actual audio files in a folder. There might be a third one that is a duplicate of 297, so we will clarify that for you later. But at this time, conferred with the state, we are going to play 293 File 1, which is, these are the 2 files that were played in the underlying criminal trial.
And, Your Honor, as I indicated to Mr. Mullis' counsel that we're going to object to this line of inquiry. We agree that these are the same as the 911 calls that were admitted in evidence at trial, so we have no objection on that front. However, how we anticipate this line of questioning is essentially an attempt to have Sheriff Hemeseth try to determine on the spot whether he can hear it over the court speakers in this courtroom, whether the statements that were referenced at the trial. So if that's where we're going, I'm just going to state that we would object to that because his recollection at the time of trial and what was actually heard in that courtroom is what matters.
Your Honor, I can represent to the court that that's not my point.
Okay, well, we'll play the files and see what the questions end up being whenever you're ready.
Okay. If we would start File 1. Pause it there for a moment. Mr. Hemeseth, do you know whose voice you're hearing on this recording?
Yes.
Who is it?
Todd.
Mr. Mullis?
Yes.
Do you know who the other voices would be?
No, dispatcher.
A dispatcher?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, finish this one. That is the end of the first file, and so we will get the second file of 293 pulled up for you. Do you have an understanding of what was happening at the time of this, during this time period of the call?
It sounds like he's in his vehicle.
Do you know what kind of phone Mr. Mullis had?
LG flip phone.
For the younger people in the audience, what is a flip phone?
It's a flip phone.
Does it folds together?
Yes.
Does it have speakerphone?
I believe so. I would assume. I don't know that for sure. I do not own a flip phone.
Okay. We will pick back up with the second file.
I can hear
Okay, so we are about 44 seconds into the second file. Did you hear Mr. Mullis say anything?
He's in a white Chevy.
Did you hear anything else? Did you hear him ask the dispatcher a question?
I don't remember, actually, if we're being honest. No, I did. It's possible.
At that time, what's your understanding of what the dispatchers are telling Mr. Mullis to do?
I think they're instructing him to pull over, and they're going to start administering CPR.
Have you had other instances in Delaware County where people have driven themselves to the hospital?
I'm sure it's possible, yes. I don't know of anything in particular.
And we can back it up. We'll back this up just one more time for you. Maybe you can listen to see if you hear Todd ask anything else. Did you hear that? No? Okay. That's all right. We'll keep playing. Did you hear Todd say anything there?
I can't understand what it says. Something about closer, maybe?
Okay. Do you know what's happening now in Todd's vehicle?
I believe he's performing CPR.
Do you?
Would be my guess.
Do you?
Your Honor, can I briefly call you a witness for the purpose of an objection? Very briefly.
Go ahead.
Sheriff Hemeseth, were you on this 911 call?
No.
Were you with Mr. Mullis while this was occurring?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is calling for speculation, and it's asking for the witness to opine to what is said and what is occurring on matters that he was not personally present for. He has no personal knowledge of it. As to the trivia questions of what's said and when, I don't see how it's relevant. The court already has the 911 call in evidence. It already came out at trial what was or was not said, and that was a weight question for the jury. So Sheriff Hemeseth's belief based on this sound system, what he is or is not hearing and what occurred, is not relevant, and it's not helpful, in the state's opinion, to the court's ability to determine the facts at issue.
Well, I would agree that I'm having a hard time figuring out the relevance at this point.
I can move forward, Your Honor, if you'd like, and skip ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hemeseth, in your review of the other deputies' actions in this investigation, did you become aware that other deputies responded to this 911 call?
Yes,
Do you know if that was Luke Thompson?
it was.
And if I can fast forward to timestamp 6:20, have you known Mr. Thompson for a period of time?
Yes.
Will you be able to recognize his voice?
Yes.
If I have to go back. Okay, are we at 6:20? Okay, so my understanding, this is file 2 of 293, time code 620. Do you hear Deputy Thompson?
Can you replay it?
Yes. Right there, did you hear?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
That's very hard to hear.
Are you aware that Deputy Thompson arrived at the scene and started CPR?
He did.
And he took over for Mr. Mullis?
Yes, that's what his report said, yes.
Do you hear another male voice on the,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I can't make it out from here, honestly.
is it possible that that's Deputy Thompson?
It is possible, yes.
And that he's there at minute 6:20?
Yes, that's possible.
Do you recall at what point of this 911 call the tip said the statements were?
I don't.
If I directed you to the trial transcript, which has been marked as Exhibit 351, which should be Volume 5, page 89. I did not write down the line number. 89. If I represented to you that in the transcripts, Maureen Hughes stops the 911 call at minute 6:53 of the second tape, would you disagree?
I would agree with that, if that's what that reflects.
Okay. And then again, she stops it at minute 7:00.
Yes.
I'm going to object. The transcript speaks for itself. Sheriff Hemeseth wasn't the one testifying, and the transcript's already in evidence.
Just have one follow-up question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Mr. Hemeseth, would these statements that you called Maureen Hughes about have occurred after Deputy Thompson arrived?
Objection. This is, it calls for speculation. I don't think it's been established that Deputy Thompson for sure did arrive at 6:20. I believe the sheriff's testimony was it was possible.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's really an evidentiary objection, but the witness can answer if he's able.
I don't know what you're asking.
If Deputy Thompson arrived at minute 6:20 and the alleged statements that Mr. Mullis makes on the 911 call are at 6:53, wouldn't Deputy Thompson have been present for them?
I don't know if that's when he arrived or not, so I don't know.
Okay, if he did, though. If I have a record, his patrol log, if I have another record that shows he's there at minute 6:20 of that 911 call or his testimony, he would be there at the time the tip said Mr. Mullis made other statements.
I don't know.
We just have one more clip to play, Your Honor. What's the timestamp on this one, Gina? 6:40. This will be at timestamp 6:40 of the second file. Do you know what or who is talking there?
I believe it sounds like Todd. I don't know.
Do you know what he said?
I don't know. It's hard to hear on this.
Do you want her on the ground?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
I didn't understand what it sounded like.
Okay. Did you do anything else? Did you do anything else after you got that tip to see if anyone else had heard those statements during the 911 call?
No, I just told Maureen about it, and then that was her decision.
Okay. And you were an investigator at the time, though, of trial in 2019?
Yes.
And you didn't ask Thompson or Holub if they heard those statements?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you ask the dispatchers?
No.
Did you review Thompson or Holub's reports about the 911 call?
I reviewed the reports.
Does those reports contain anything referencing a statement Todd made?
No.
Did you talk to any of the emergency first responders?
No.
Did you review any of their reports?
No.
I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about some 2023 activities. You testified earlier that you reviewed the coat of Mrs. Mullis in the evidence room.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall reaching out to Dr. Cruz about the coat and how many holes were in it?
I do.
Okay. We're going to pull up Exhibit 230. I believe you saw these during your 2023 deposition. And do you remember if you reached out to her with a phone call or text message or an email?
Text message.
We can scroll through these because I think there's a few here. Do these appear to be text messages between you and Kelly Cruz?
Yes.
Why are you texting her?
I text her because I read that report, the opinion report that stated there was 4 holes in the coat, and it's been a while since I reviewed the case file, so that's the original. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that was the main topic about asking her if she was aware of that, how many holes were in the coat. And that's why I went and reviewed the coat, because I thought that was not true.
It looks like in these text messages you took additional pictures of the coat?
Yes.
And then you texted them to Dr. Cruz?
Yes.
You and Dr. Cruz discuss other things?
As far as what, I haven't reviewed this in a while, but I believe so.
Did you also send her a video regarding this case?
It wasn't directly for this case. It was another individual that's very interested in this case, but it had nothing to do with this case. It was a simulation of a chemical toad, and an individual that I think you know who that is simulating falling into it. Yes.
So I want you to scroll down to page 6 of this exhibit and have you review that message for me. Do you know if you are the blue bubbles or the ones that appear to be gray or white?
It's a glare on this.
Can you make it any bigger?
I think I'm the white.
You think you're the white? And what do you recall you and Dr. Cruz are discussing? It's this other person, this other video?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was.
And so the blue bubble, you believe that's Dr. Cruz's message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance on this line of questioning. This text string that we're currently discussing, this portion of it, is related to an individual who is not, as we've discussed in chambers and during sidebars, is not directly related to this post-conviction relief action, is an interested member of the public who has taken a very strong interest in the case, and the discussion pertaining to that individual is not relevant to the facts that the court needs to determine here.
Can you help me understand why this would be relevant under a PCR analysis?
If I could ask maybe 2 more questions, I think it will be clear.
Go ahead.
Mr. Himsath, the individual that created the video or that you sent to Kelly Cruz, did he have opinions about Todd Mullis's guilt or how Amy Mullis died?
Oh, yes.
Did he disagree with Dr. Cruz and you?
Yes.
Do you then go on to discuss and agree with Dr. Cruz that he must have a mental illness since you disagree?
Objection, relevance, again, this is not pertinent to the facts of it, or the issues before the court.
Sustained.
If we continue on in your messages down to, sorry, what page this is. It's the first one with the coat. There we go. Is this the message where you send her pictures of the red Carhartt coat?
Yes.
Pink, I'm sorry. And then the next page contained 2 more images. And then what did you write?
I don't know, I don't see it.
I believe the text is in between the images.
Oh, sorry, 5 holes.
Were you referring to the coat?
Yes.
Did you have documentations in your reports anywhere else about the holes in the coat?
I did not.
Did you have Dr. Cruz's photos that we looked at earlier with the arrows?
At that time, yes.
Okay, and then scroll to the next page, page 9. You also, an article is sent. Do you know if you're sending that or Dr. Cruz is sending that?
I believe that'd be her.
And then the next page, page 10, are you guys discussing the article?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. Sheriff Hemeseth's and Dr. Cruz's opinions about the media presentations and the filings by Mr. Mullis's counsel are not probative on any issue that is before the court for determination. They are free to have personal opinions in their lives about how they feel the process is going, but it's not relevant for this proceeding.
Any response, counsel?
Your Honor, I think it's relevant for a couple of reasons. One, I haven't been able to fully ask yet, but Mr. Hemeseth has done several media interviews regarding the case. The messages are illustrative of his attitude and towards the post-conviction and the actions he's taking after the filing.
I will allow a few very brief further questions on this topic, and then I think we need to move on.
Yes, happily.
Again, this is a PCR bench trial. There is no jury here. Let's remember that and keep to the relevant, important issues.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hemeseth, did you and Dr. Cruz then discuss the PCR?
Not in, what do you mean by discuss?
In these messages, are you discussing the post-conviction filing?
I believe she asked me a question about it.
You say this is out of control. Are you referring to the post-conviction filing?
I can't remember what that was in relation to.
Okay. Were you open to receiving new information about how Amy Mullis had died?
Yes, always.
But you didn't read the entire post-conviction filing?
I did not.
You also spoke to Dr. Cruz on the phone during or after the post-conviction was filed. Did you?
I believe that's possible, yeah. I don't remember the dates and times I actually called her.
Okay. Did you say in these messages that the experts got it wrong?
Yes.
I think that's the very last page, page 11. Sorry, I'm used to you being able to flip through your own exhibit. It's my fault. Did you say the experts got it wrong? Someone got it wrong?
Oh, I already answered that, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we can take that one down. If the medical examiner's office missed something and were wrong that Amy Mullis' death is a homicide, would that change your investigation?
Well, it would depend on what they miss. That's a pretty broad question.
If she's wrong and it's not a homicide, does the rest of your investigation prove murder?
I believe it does.
Are you relying on the electronic evidence?
Everything is in a whole.
What else is there besides electronic evidence?
Other witness statements. I guess I haven't reviewed any of the other depositions of witness statements, so I'm not up on all that.
Okay.
But I know there was a lot of witnesses called, and there's a lot of elements to this case.
Are you aware of any evidence that Todd Mullis killed his wife Amy besides what was presented at trial?
No.
I know we talked briefly earlier, I think before the break, that you talked to Roman Gamble at DCI.
Yes.
Can you tell me briefly who he is and why?
He's an intel analyst.
Do you know if Ward Crawley retired from DCI?
Yes.
What did you ask Roman Gamble to do in 2024?
I asked him to take the Cellbrite extraction and the Google searches and to combine the search histories so as an easier workflow document for visual aid.
And did you do that because your testimony at trial was being challenged in this post-conviction?
Well, I never had that formal document made. That document's what Ward and I and Scott Rieger talked about. We never had it officially drafted, so I had Gamble create that document, merge the two searches.
So you found that what you had from before wasn't sufficient, you needed something else? Am I understanding that?
No, that's not accurate. It was sufficient, just a better workflow product.
Okay, nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning still, Sheriff Hemseth. How are you?
Good.
Just want to ask some follow-up questions so we're on the same page here. And I'd like to start with the Google search document that we were just talking about with Mr. Gamble. You did a deposition in this post-conviction relief action in 2023, is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, it had been approximately 5 years since the investigation had occurred, is that right?
Yes.
And it had been several years since even the trial had happened?
Yes.
At your deposition, you were asked various questions, and your deposition's in evidence, of course, but you were asked various questions about the Google searches and how you came to certain conclusions at trial. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was part of the purpose for creating this document with Mr. Gamble, was that to help refresh your memory of how you came to certain conclusions?
Yes.
And that was given the passive time, things like that?
Yes, created a better workflow document for visual aid.
You were asked some questions about completing reports in this case. Did you complete any reports in this case?
Yes.
And did you document portions of your interviews and investigation that you thought were important?
Yes.
But you didn't document every single action you took, everywhere you drove, is that right?
No.
Is that typical in an investigation to not document every single thing you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yes.
There was some testimony where you referenced that you didn't have access to reports prior to your testimony today. Is that in part because your case file, your reports, your evidence were provided to the state, the prosecution team as part of this post-conviction relief action?
Yes.
So it's not as though that you have somehow had the reports were taken from you for any other reason, right?
Correct.
You were asked a question about your theory on November 10th, 2018. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And this call came in from Mr. Mullis and his son as a farm accident initially. Is that right?
Correct.
So the approach to the investigation was reliant initially on that representation?
That's what the deputies had told me, yes.
So was it only after the investigation and the autopsy, those results and information, that led you to determine that the investigation pivoted from an accident to a homicide investigation?
Correct.
So any steps you took in those initial hours and days were a result of how it was reported to you. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You were asked questions about former Deputy Rowley. Can I clarify, was it your understanding that Sheriff LeClaire, your predecessor, had confirmed via I think you called it the AVL system, or the GPS, that Deputy Rowley was nowhere near the Mullis farm?
Correct.
And when you say that Rowley was cleared, you don't recall specifically the exact time frame of when that AVL data was reviewed, do you?
No, I don't.
And the AVL system, Sheriff LeClaire is the one who reviewed that?
Yes, he's the only one that has access.
But you were aware in the flow of the investigation that Deputy Rowley was confirmed to not be in that area?
Correct.
And for whatever reason, that wasn't preserved, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen, right?
Right.
There were some questions about the autopsy, and you were asked how many holes they found in the coat or clothing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had prior testimony where you were trying to recall how many holes they observed at that time. Do you remember those questions?
Correct.
And you thought it might have, your recollection at the time of your deposition was you thought maybe they had counted 6. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that regardless of your memory, that you would defer to the notes and the subsequent viewing of the clothes for what the evidence actually shows?
Yes.
So if the evidence shows there's 5 holes in the clothing, you would defer to what that shows?
Yes.
Regarding the Google searches, you were asked some questions about the harvest season and when planting is. And there was some, actually first, let me go to, there was questions about UTC time, which I believe is Universal Time Code. Does that sound right?
Universal Coordinated Time.
Thank you. The purpose of your investigation with the Google searches was not to determine what time the searches were, was it?
No, it was specifically the content.
So that was your focus, was the content of the searches?
Yes.
You were also asked a question about Miranda warnings. And to be clear, you were not in the truck with Agent Turbett and Mr. Mullis, right?
No.
So if Agent Turbett had read Mr. Mullis his Miranda warnings at that time before asking any questions, you wouldn't have been personally aware of that?
I would not have been present.
And the only other person in that vehicle besides those two is a former deputy who is unable to testify for other reasons, right?
I don't know if he was in the vehicle or not, but yeah, you are correct.
And that's because he has passed away?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Sheriff.
Any redirect?
I think very, very briefly, Your Honor. One quick follow-up, Mr. Himsath, regarding the Google searches. You just said that you were only concerned about the content of the Google searches?
That was the main focus, is content.
Did you do any investigation to determine who created the searches or did the searches?
What exactly you're asking?
I'm trying to understand that you were investigating the content.
Yes.
Did you do anything to investigate who made the search?
Ward Crawley and I worked on it.
And I just want to
That
know
would probably-
specifically you.
Oh, I don't think I did it. No.
Okay. You didn't talk to other members of the Mullis family about the content that you found?
I did not.
Okay. And we talked earlier about how you did you do any investigation about the times of the searches to determine where the iPad or another device could have been?
No.
Or the people that had access to those devices?
Right.
Okay. Do you recall testifying at this criminal trial that you didn't have any other suspects outside of Mr. Mullis and Mr. Frazier?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you mention Deputy Rowley in your trial testimony?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe my recollection is there was a subject of a motion limine for the trial. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was subject of motion limine to limit the testimony of specifically involving the Deputy Rowley issue, so I don't want Sheriff Hemeseth's testimony to be mischaracterized.
I'm happy to defer to the court on what the transcript says and rephrase my question, if that would be helpful.
That's probably the quickest way to solve the issue. I'm looking at the motion in limine, but...
And sorry, Your Honor, to clarify, motion limine from the underlying trial.
Oh, okay. Then it would be definitely the quickest way to solve the problem. If you don't mind, Ms. Nichols-Cook, we'll handle it that way.
Mr. Hemeseth, did you testify at the criminal trial about Deputy Rowley's affair with Amy Mullis?
No, I was never asked that.
Were you told not to mention his name because of a motion in limine?
I don't think so.
Don't remember. Okay. Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
If I may show you one more exhibit, and we'll pull up 371. I just want to confirm that this is the Gamble chart that you were talking about, and I believe Mr. Gamble's going to testify later, but just so that you and I are on the same page. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
We can scroll, I think it's a couple of pages.
Should be like 6,400 searches at the bottom.
Okay, that's a lot of pages. But does this appear to be the
Yes.
document you got back from Mr. Gamble?
Yes.
Okay, and what you were referring to earlier, is that better visual?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that down. My last question is, are there any other notes or reports that regarding the investigation into Ms. Mullis's death or Todd's arrest that wouldn't be in your file?
Not that I know of.
And did you learn at any time about what happened in the car with Agent Turbot and Mr. Mullis after he was arrested?
I don't believe so.
So you don't have any information about whether Miranda was read at that time?
I do not.
Or what, if any, questions were asked?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, but I'll try to keep it limited to 2 questions, which I'll regret in a moment. Sheriff Hemeseth, we'll try to get you out of here in a second, but I just wanted to clarify. So you were discussing your investigation, the Google searches, the cell phones, all of that. all of that done with the assistance of other agencies and other investigators?
Yes, multiple.
So that included, I think you referenced Ward Crawley, who was an ICAC or DCI investigator, DCI agent Scott Rieger, all of those people?
Yes.
So your conclusions about digital evidence was all related to the totality of your investigation working with those other people?
Yes, it was a team effort, yes.
And then final question, your testimony here at the trial, your depositions, were you truthful to the best of your ability and your recollection of everything given the passage of time?
Yes.
All right, I appreciate it, Sheriff, and I have no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Nichols-Cook?
One question, Your Honor. Have you filed any supplemental reports to correct your prior testimony at trial?
I don't believe so.
No further questions, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that we have agreement on the exhibits before the witness leaves.
Okay. Do you want to confer with Mr. Bakke quickly off the record, or?
Make sure the photos from 311, the Thompson report at 300, sheriff letter, Thompson's report. Do you want the policy completely? On the policy? Yeah.
All right.
The dispatch audio, do you want that? Okay. So, Your Honor, I think we're in agreement that we would move to admit Exhibit 311, the photographs from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, to formally move to admit 300, Deputy Thompson's report. And then Exhibit 400, the policies of the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, we would ask for the caveat that they be filed at a level 1. And then Exhibit 297, which is the dispatch audio recording, we did not play that this morning, but we would move to admit it upon agreement for completeness for the record.
Mr. Bakke, any objection to those exhibits?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, they will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Great. Anything further then for this witness, or is the sheriff free to go?
He is free to go.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, are we returning then to Dr. Nye?
Your Honor, we did not have a good place for Dr. Nye to wait in the building. She is nearby. I'm wondering if the court might be amenable to starting our lunch break on the earlier side and reconvening at 1 o'clock or something in that time frame. If not, we can get her, but she is nearby. She's not in the building.
That's fine. We can take our lunch at this time and plan on resuming then at 1 p.m. Court is in recess until then. All right, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Thompson, are we picking back up with Dr. Nye?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Nye? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll swear you back in since it's another day. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nye.
Good afternoon.
When we left off on your testimony yesterday, we were talking about some of the hypotheses that you considered in your evaluation in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And we had talked about your one hypothesis that you considered, which is that the hypothesis that these wounds that we've been talking about and Ms. Mullis's injuries were caused by someone swinging this corn rake into her body. Do you remember those questions in your testimony about those issues?
Yes.
I want to show you and I've shared these demonstratives with the state, Your Honor. I want to show you, for starters, demonstrative I. Can you rotate this 90 degrees? Actually, let's start with G. Do you see the figures on image G in front of you, Dr. Nye?
Yes.
And do these figures help you explain your testimony as to why you disproved the hypothesis that someone could not have swung the corn rake into Ms. Mullis's body?
Yes.
Can you explain how how demonstrative G illustrates that?
We were talking about an overhead swing. So this demonstrative, even though it's two-dimensional, shows that with an overhead swing, the angle of entry of the tines does not match the diagnosed wound trajectories.
And is that true for those wounds A through D that have one trajectory and those wounds E through F that have another?
It's true for all of the wounds, yes.
All right. I want to also show you another demonstrative K. Do these images also help explain your testimony that you disproved the hypothesis that someone could have swung the corn rake into Ms. Mullis's body?
Yes.
And can you explain how?
Similarly as the other diagrams do, this is essentially showing an overhead swing, and in various positions of erect to bending over to lying on the ground, the rake entry of the tines don't match the physical evidence, being the wound trajectories.
I want to also show you demonstrative L. Does this demonstrative help illustrate your testimony from yesterday that someone could not have swung, that you disproved the hypothesis that someone caused these injuries or could have caused these injuries by swinging the corn rake into Ms. Mullis's body?
Yes, this is in reference to the lateral swing.
All right, and how does this image illustrate that concept?
Swinging it sideways doesn't generate the wound trajectories diagnosed by Dr. Cruz.
One question I wanted to ask you yesterday, and I know that we talked some about different positions with respect to your testimony about this hypothesis. Would it have been possible to create the wound pattern and the wound trajectories that Ms. Mullis had if the person who caused these injuries was sitting or kneeling?
Sitting or kneeling behind them, you mean?
Let's start with that. Would that have been possible?
So looking at the length of the rake and Mrs. Mullis's anthropometrics and the location of the injury, that would not match, no.
And what about if Ms. Mullis were kneeling or sitting? Would that be possible?
Same thing, the angle of entry wouldn't match the wound trajectories.
Thank you. I think we can take that image down. We talked yesterday about the hypothesis that one or more of the injuries was caused by someone pushing this rake into Amy Mullis's back. And I wanted to ask you if you considered the hypothesis that someone kicked this rake somehow into Ms. Mullis's back to cause these injuries.
I don't recall us talking about the rake being pushed.
All right. Well, let me start by asking you about whether if you consider the hypothesis that someone kicked this rake into Ms. Mullis's back.
Yes.
And what did you determine about whether that hypothesis was possible?
That it's unlikely.
And why is that?
As we discussed earlier yesterday, Ms. Mullis, based on the wound pattern, the spacing of the wounds, as we discussed, she's hyperextended when the injury occurred.
And you described yesterday hyperextending meaning?
Right, so she's hyperextended, shoulders back, rotated. If someone's on the ground, that is an active position to have to hold. So you'd have to then place the rake in that position, keep the rake there while she doesn't move, and then actively kick it. That is not a feasible hypothesis.
So a second ago, I want to make sure that I spoke correctly. We had talked about the hypothesis that someone pushed Ms. Mullis onto the rake. That's what we discussed yesterday. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
All right. I do want to discuss with you this other hypothesis, whether someone pushed this rake into Ms. Mullis's back, meaning they held the rake and pushed it into her. Did you consider that hypothesis?
Yes.
And were you able to prove or disprove that hypothesis?
I was able to disprove it.
How?
That comes into now, if we give the mechanism of the injury, meaning the rake was in the appropriate position to cause the diagnosed wounds, keeping in mind that she's hyperextended, the rake has to be angled obliquely to her body, and the rake handle is essentially parallel with the long axis of her body. Then you have to consider, as I talked about, magnitude. So I considered magnitude at that point.
Did you, and so what were your conclusions about whether it would be possible to have the magnitude of force necessary to cause those injuries through that mechanism?
There is not enough force with this blunt object to push the rake into Ms. Mullis's body.
How do you know that?
Based on my investigation.
And what about your investigation led you to conclude that?
Biomechanical and scientific literature that talks about the penetration threshold for blunt objects into the body.
And what does that literature say about that topic?
What it says is I need about close to 75 pounds of force for one of these tines to enter the body without the clothing. When you add on the clothing, then we're over, 90 pounds. And then the fact that there's 3 tines going in, then you have to distribute the forces, so you're multiplying that now by 3. There is biomechanical literature that talks about the push force, and there's different kinds of pushing. If you're holding it against a body and you're constantly pushing, or you're actually pushing with acceleration. So if you use the pushing with acceleration, that's a more severe scenario compared with the constant push, because now you're adding acceleration in. The maximum push force by males is about 138 pounds. So that is not enough force to penetrate the clothing and her body.
And again, is that true whether someone is applying the constant pushing that you described or doing the pushing with acceleration?
That is true, because if it doesn't meet the threshold with the acceleration, it's not going to meet it with the constant pushing.
Were you able to determine any hypothesis where a person would be able to push the rake into Ms. Mullis's back to cause these injuries?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. In considering this hypothesis, the hypothesis of whether these injuries were caused by someone pushing the rake into Ms. Mullis's back, were you able to envision any scenario where that was possible?
No, because that's already, even with 2 times, we're not reaching the necessary threshold. So again, I said a very, very conservative minimum. It's greater than that, is 90 pounds. Multiply that by 2 times, and that's going to be more than 180, and the very maximum push force is less than that.
In the literature that you looked at on this issue, what was the blunt force object that the literature discussed this concept with respect to?
Screwdrivers.
Is that flathead screwdrivers like the screwdrivers we were discussing yesterday?
Yes.
And it was your testimony yesterday that this corn rake is blunter than a flathead screwdriver?
It's blunter than a 1/4 inch wide flathead screwdriver.
Thanks for that clarification. I appreciate that. Did you consider the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis's injuries were caused by Ms. Mullis falling down onto the rake?
Yes.
And could you disprove this hypothesis?
I could not disprove it. Actually, I proved it.
Would looking at a demonstrative assist you in explaining this testimony?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you demonstrative J. Can you explain how it is you determined that you could not disprove the hypothesis that these injuries were caused by Ms. Mullis falling down onto the rake?
So again, we talked about yesterday how lining up the rake with wounds A, B, and C, and D, we know that A, B, and C occurred first from the analysis that I talked about yesterday. So lining up the rake with the rake lying flat on the ground tines up. If you line up those tines with the wound paths, that demonstrates that when she falls, that this generates the mechanism necessary to cause the injury. So now that I showed mechanism, then I analyzed force.
All right, and I want to get to force in a minute, but just sticking with mechanism for a second. You talked yesterday in your testimony about the concept that if someone had pushed Ms. Mullis, so stood and pushed her onto the rake, there would have been rotational forces that would have sent her at least somewhat in a horizontal direction. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, it's rotational as well as horizontal velocity.
And thank you. Why wouldn't that concept have prevented Ms. Mullis from falling down onto the rake in the way that you're just describing you could not disprove?
Well, when you have horizontal and rotational acceleration that pushes the body across, basically, if you think about parallel to the floor and rotating about that axis, when you contact the rake, because the rake is top heavy, it's going to flip. In the falling situation, when somebody falls from standing height and falls backwards, her body will contact the tines first, and then her lower body essentially pins the rake down with the rake handle down, which prevents it from flipping.
We're talking about a 4-tined rake and 6 wounds. So this hypothesis requires Ms. Mullis to have fallen on this rake more than once. Isn't that right?
Yes.
How could that have occurred from a type of force and direction of force perspective?
Well, as discussed, the A, B, and C wounds are created first because we've excluded that E and F and D being created first for the reasons we talked about. After A, B, and C are created, if her trying to get up, she could roll to her right. The rake handle prevents her from sitting up straight, so sitting on her buttocks because it's too long, it's longer than her torso. So for her to get up, she'd have to roll over. And if you roll over to your right and not to your left, because otherwise you're rolling over the rake, if you roll over to your right, essentially you're causing tensile loading, and you can pull out that tine 3, which is in wound C, because it's not as deep as A and B. Right? Remember that wound C is 3 and I think 1/2 inches deep. So if you can pull tine 3 out of wound C just by attempting to get up and maneuvering, trying to get the rake out of her. The rake stays in the clothes at that point, and in her movement, the rake then moves within the clothes, causing the abrasion above wound D. Even if she gets up onto her hand, she doesn't have to get all the way up to standing, not even to her knees yet, getting up to leaning up on her hand, and then falling backwards to get wound D.
I want to stop you right there where you've caused wound D, and I'm going to show you another demonstrative, which is demonstrative F. Does this demonstrative help illustrate your testimony about how Ms. Mullis could have fallen on this rake more than once?
Yes.
And can you explain how it does that?
Yes. So basically, her pulling on the rake handle to try and extract the rake from her body reorients the tines upward. With A and B still in her body, that is then consistent with the tines moving around, as Dr. Hammers discussed yesterday, with the external and internal wound pattern showing that the tines are moving, tines 1 and 2 are moving in wounds A and B. Once you reorient the rake and she falls on it, then you have the mechanism to generate ENF.
From the data that you had from Dr. Cruz and Dr. Hammers about the pattern of wounds A for F, did this hypothesis match?
It matches everything, yes.
And from the depth of the wounds as measured by Dr. Cruz, did this hypothesis match?
Yes, the A and B are deepest, and they stayed within her, and E would be the next deepest.
In terms of the physical characteristics of the rake and the spacing of the rake's tines, does this hypothesis match for all of Ms. Mullis's wounds on wounds A through F?
Yes.
You had talked earlier about Ms. Mullis's clothing. From your investigation and analysis of the clothing, did this hypothesis work?
Yes, with the less holes in the clothes relative to the holes in her body, and understanding that tine 3 doesn't come out of the clothing to cause wound D, yes, it all fits.
And from the issue that you were discussing a minute ago of Ms. Mullis's back being hyperextended, at least on the right side, does that fact and that concept, does that fit with this hypothesis?
Yes, even when you move the rake in this position that we see here, you reorient the rake handle down by her left hip, trying to extract it. That'll cause, again, the back skin to basically compress together.
From your review of the layout of the shed and the physical characteristics of the shed, did this hypothesis fit?
Yes.
How?
The small spacing, there's not a lot of room in there, so we talked about that for the swinging scenarios, but there is enough room to fall and refall on this implement.
Were you aware of evidence in the record that there was blood on Ms. Mullis's hand and blood on the handle of the rake?
That's what I reviewed in the records, yes.
And did that information fit with this hypothesis?
That fits with this hypothesis, yes.
How does it?
So she has to grab the handle to reorient the handle in the manner that we see in this figure in order to sustain ENF. So grabbing that handle with blood on her hand would transfer to the handle.
You told us a moment ago that, and I think discussed this yesterday, that first you have to determine the type and the direction of the force to determine if those mechanism issues fit with the hypothesis. And is it your testimony that those factors fit with this hypothesis?
Yes, the type and direction of forces in this fall scenario fits with all the injuries.
All right, and in your method of analysis, you would then go on to determine this question of magnitude, whether there could be enough force here to cause the injuries in this hypothesis. Is that right?
Yes.
So, in the hypothesis you've described, we're talking about a couple of different kinds of falls. Is that right?
Yes.
What kinds of falls are we thinking about in this hypothesis?
I analyzed a fall from standing, a fall from a lower height attempt while she's trying to attempt to get up the first time, and a fall from, say, knee height if she's trying to get the rake out.
You were here for Dr. Cruz's testimony that she did not believe that a fall could be enough to cause these kinds of injuries. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
From a magnitude perspective, whether the fall from standing, a fall from kneeling could cause these injuries, what is your conclusion as a biomechanical engineer?
That there is sufficient amount of force.
And how do you make that determination?
Using engineering and laws of physics.
And can you tell, did you have to perform calculations to figure that out?
Yes.
So tell us what you did to make that determination.
So the fall height, calculating a fall height from standing height, you consider conservation of energy principles. So the gravitational potential energy has to equal the kinetic energy. So the law of conservation of energy states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred from one form to another. So at the height of the fall, that is the potential energy, and as she's falling, you can calculate the kinetic energy using rotational energy combined with linear energy. Once you have that, you can isolate for the velocity, and then estimating a stopping distance, you can calculate an impact force.
And to make those determinations about what those different factors were that go into this consideration, were you relying on principles of engineering, of biomechanical engineering in your field?
Principles of fundamental engineering and science, yes.
All right, and so for the fall from the standing height first, would the force have been of a great enough magnitude to allow Ms. Mullis to be impaled on this rake?
Yes.
And what about from the lower height that you described, from being on her knees?
From you mean the first time she tries to roll over, or which one?
So in the hypothesis you've described, the first time that Ms. Mullis would have fallen on the rake in this hypothesis, she's falling from a standing height, is that right?
Yes.
And for a later fall, I think as you described, she would be falling from a lower height, is that right?
Yes.
And so what about from that lower height? When you did this calculation about the magnitude of the force, would there have been enough force generated in this hypothesis to have caused these injuries in the way that you've described?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you come across any physical evidence that did not fit with this hypothesis of Ms. Mullis falling onto the rake in the way that you've described?
No, every single piece of physical evidence supported this hypothesis.
Just one moment, Your Honor. In the hypothesis that you've described that you couldn't disprove, you described the rake tines that caused wound A and B, which I think your testimony came first, in this hypothesis would have stayed in Ms. Mullis's body as she tried to get up. Is that right?
Yes, so A, B, and C happen first, and A and B stay within her body.
All right, and taking that factor into account, that the hypothesis that that's how, of testing the hypothesis of how this has occurred, you were able to determine in that scenario that there was enough force to have caused first the fall from a greater height and then the falls that you described that would have been from a lower height.
Yes.
Now, you heard Dr. Cruz's testimony earlier this week that she did not perform any experiments in reaching her conclusion that a fall would not have made these injuries possible. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Have you conducted an analysis that allows you to reach the opinion that that hypothesis can't be disproven?
I've done an investigation that not only can't disprove it, but actually proves it.
And have you worked with forensic pathologists in conducting biomechanical evaluations in other cases?
Oh, yes, for sure.
The hypothesis that you've testified that you can't disprove, is that hypothesis unlikely from a biomechanical or a biomedical perspective?
No, it's completely feasible. We've analyzed all the work that went into this investigation to consider all the physical evidence, including the diagnosed wounds externally and internally, the measurements and dimensions and geometry and, again, intrinsic properties of the rake. Everything fits. So not only does the magnitude match, the mechanism matches, it all matches.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
It's not far-fetched at all.
I'm sorry, one moment, Your Honor. Just two other questions, Dr. Nye. Is there anything in the opinions that you've given here yesterday and today in your testimony that is based on new science that's been developed since 2019?
No.
And are these opinions that you or someone else in the biomechanical field could have offered back in 2019 based on the state of the science then?
Yes.
All right. I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Nye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duden.
How are you doing?
I'm well, and I hope you are well, too.
I am, thank you. I want to start by talking a little bit about your background in biomechanics. Certainly, your resume speaks to that, but is it correct to say that you graduated with your PhD in mechanical engineering?
Bioengineering, essentially.
And when was that again?
2010.
And since that time, your primary focus, as you testified to yesterday and reflected in your CV, has focused on lower extremity injuries, right? And ocular, I believe.
Since that time, no. That's when I graduated. However, I've been a forensic biomechanical engineer for 15 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, about your publications specifically and the research that you've conducted, has that predominantly focused on lower extremities, upper extremities, joints such as the knees? I believe you testified to yesterday.
Yes, my publications are focused on that, but I've worked in multiple areas.
Based upon a review of your most recent testimony, offered in either a deposition or trial format, is this your first criminal case that you've consulted on specifically?
No.
Is it the only criminal case that's noted on the documentation of your trial testimony and depositions that was provided to Mr. Mullis's counsel?
I am not sure. The testimony list I have is for the last 4 years, but I don't really recall it.
Where have you testified for a criminal case?
I have not testified in a criminal case, but I've worked on criminal cases, multiple.
Through a consultation format, is that fair?
It starts out as consultation, but they don't, we talked yesterday, if I don't have an opinion that supports their case, I don't testify, typically.
So when you first came into this case, it was to review Dr. Bowley's report, right?
I was a peer reviewer for Dr. Bowley, yes.
And in that sense, you simply reviewed her report and then double-checked it, in your opinion, is that fair?
I think I work alongside, I basically listened to her her investigation along the way to make sure that she was following the scientific method and applying the laws of engineering and physics appropriately.
So your own investigation came after, however, correct?
That is correct.
And so as it relates to your investigation and your biomedical evaluation, was that first in September of 2023 or June and July of 2023, I believe?
I don't remember timing, I'm sorry.
Okay. When you undertook your investigation, you visited the farm, fair?
I visited the farm.
How wide is the space of the red shed where the incident occurred?
Based on the police documentation, the pathway when you enter the door to the totes was about 2 feet. And then when you walk along, you turn 90 degrees and you enter the pathway where the augers and the pet carrier were, and that was noted to be about 3 to 3.5 feet.
Did you take your own measurements when conducting your investigation?
No.
So no supplemental measurements were taken of the space in question?
No, from what I understand, they had taken, since the incident, it's an active farm, so they had taken things out and put it back in. So I had the documentation right after the incident from the police department.
So in that 2 feet of space, give or take for the walkway, where was the rake?
So the 2 feet was the walkway where she's found by the door. The space between the pet carrier and that space is about 3 to 3.5 feet, but there were 2 augers there.
So where was the rake when she was impaled? That's my question.
On the floor, in the area of the pet carrier is what I believe.
Okay, and where's that documented? Do you recall?
It's not documented there, but that's where the rake was found. I have no other documentation that indicates that the incident happened elsewhere.
Well, to be fair, the rake was found in her back, right?
Well, the rake was found in her back, but the photos have the rake on the ground in the shed.
So the location of where you believe she first became impaled in the rake with the corn rake was back by the pet carrier, is that fair?
Based on the information, again, that doesn't really matter to me, but that would make sense.
Well, I'm trying to gauge it from a space perspective. Is it fair to say that your report does not outright include the calculations for force or magnitude as it relates to the injuries in question?
No, they do.
Your report details the force and magnitude measurements?
The actual dated report? No. I don't know, actually.
I believe it's in front of you. You're
Okay.
welcome to take a look as well.
Thank you. It's hard to remember because I have my notes file. You're correct. I don't actually have the numbers in there. I just have the conclusion that it generates more than sufficient impact force.
But you're not able to know from reading your report, for instance, as to what amount of force was generated based upon your hypothesis, right?
The exact number?
Correct. Looking to your report, do you still have your second report in front of you?
Yes.
Looking to, I believe, the first and second page specifically of your report. Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
I believe that, directing your attention to page 1, your stated purpose of the letter is to provide your professional opinions based on your biomechanical investigation of an incident, and specifically as to the purpose of your investigation was to determine whether these diagnosed injuries were caused by an accidental fall on the corn rake or the rake being intentionally swung multiple times into her body. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So your evaluation was specifically to look at whether or not these injuries correlated or could have been caused by a fall. Fair?
My evaluation, that was part of my hypotheses, yes.
Nowhere else in your report do you detail any secondary hypothesis, though, correct?
Well, the secondary here is the swinging.
So, fair. In taking that into account, the evaluation looked at falling onto the corn rake, right?
Falling onto the corn rake, correct.
That's one. And the second one is whether or not it was swung into her multiple times. Fair?
Fair.
You do not detail any other working hypothesis as it relates to whether or not it was pressed into her body, right?
In my report, no.
nor do you actually mention in your report as to whether it could have been kicked or otherwise thrust, struck, what have you, into her body either, correct?
You're correct.
In looking to the actual data information you provided, I believe your evaluation looked only again at a fall from standing or knee height, falling onto the rake, or swinging it, correct?
When you say my evaluation, do you mean my notes?
I believe it's in your notes section. I'm looking specifically at your numbered paragraphs 1 through 3.
Yes.
And so those only evaluate from a swinging or a falling standard, correct?
Not technically, because I provide my references, which give the information that you can compare the numbers to.
Well, you've never filed a supplemental report as to the information as to whether or not it was kicked into or back, correct?
I did not write a report about kicking.
And so when was the first time you evaluated it from that perspective?
From the kicking part?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Well, I believe the first time it was mentioned here during testimony was yesterday, which you were in the room for, correct?
Well, Dr. Cruz had mentioned it in her deposition.
As to whether or not it was being pushed or kicked into her? In her testimony on Monday. That's your statement?
Her testimony in the October 2023 deposition.
Was evaluated from a kick or push?
She had said she didn't know if the tines were entered into her body one by one, if they were pushed or kicked.
And to be fair, your report doesn't detail it from that perspective either, right?
My report does not discuss kicking.
And nor do your notes that were included with that report actually reference it from that perspective either, true?
For kicking, I mean, again, that's a trajectory standpoint. So if you talk about trajectory, then it doesn't specifically say kicking, no.
So there's nothing or no indication to believe that you had evaluated it from that perspective based upon your notes, correct?
I mean, I know that it's there.
But there is nothing based upon your notes provided or your reports that would detail that, correct?
Yeah, nothing in there says kicking, correct.
Looking at it now, how much magnitude would, how much force would be necessary to penetrate the coats in question from a forced push?
It's in here within the references that I provide. So it's 600 newtons, which equals to 138 pounds.
Where's that in your notes?
It's in the references that I give.
Could you point me to a specific place, please, Dr. Nye?
Sure.
Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt the witness's testimony, but just because we want to make a record of what the witness is referencing, I think applicant intends to offer this as Exhibit 976, the document that the witness is looking at. We do just want to make a record of what the witness is actually seeing, since it's this other document.
976.
Yes, Your Honor. And we'll file a copy with the EDMS.
Mr. Duden, did you have any objection to that plan?
I have an objection to admitting the entirety of what would be admitted as 976, Your Honor, as it contains hearsay from other reports and would constitute an evaluative process. As for an improper evaluation, as for the actual calculations or page reference that we've spoken about so far, I have no issue, Your Honor.
All right, well, maybe on the next break we can talk about what exactly 976 would constitute, see if you can come to an agreement on that. If not, we'll go from there, but I'll hold off on admitting that for now. We'll circle back. I think there was a question pending for Dr. Nye. Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay, you may go ahead and answer.
Sure. It's reference 5, Nolan, the first Nolan.
Of your supplemental notes or of your report?
Of my notes. The last page, I have my references listed. And number 5, the reference number 5 gives you the max push force.
For stabbing attacks, correct?
Well, if you read the paper, it includes pushing.
Well, I'm just looking at it. It's forces generated in stabbing attacks is the one you're referencing, correct?
Oh, do you want the title? Forces required for a knife to penetrate, forces generated in stabbing attacks, an evaluation of the utility of mild, moderate, and severe scale.
Where would your notes indicate specifically other than a citation to an article on stabbing?
Well, if you go to the article and you get the value that's listed there, they basically compare stabbing to blunt activities, including
But that's not included in
double hand pushing, and then you compare it to the calculations that I provide.
It's not included in your calculations, though, correct?
It's not a calculation, it's the number that's listed in the reference.
It's not noted as a number or otherwise in your actual notes or application of this case, correct?
No, the reference is noted.
And I believe you testified yesterday, you disagree with the category to say you would believe that this isn't a stabbing case, correct?
This is not, she was not stabbed. Does not generate sufficient force.
So there's no way to know, based upon that citation alone, in your reports, for instance, that that would be the force required to penetrate the skin here, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's no way to know the force required to.
Yeah, there was an objection. The objection's overruled. The witness can continue to answer.
I'm sorry, can I get that question again, please?
Sure, and I'll rephrase it. Nowhere in your report is that mentioned from a numerical perspective, right?
It's just listed in the reference.
And nowhere in your application of actual numerical values, notes, calculations, etc., is it noted either, right?
No, that number's in the reference, and it's not a calculation, it's a measured empirical number that you take and you compare it to the calculations that I did.
Well, let's talk about, you did not do an accident reconstruction or an incident reconstruction in this case, did you?
I absolutely did.
Where is that specifically noted other than viewing the scene?
So the entire process of the investigation is an incident reconstruction.
Well, what I see is we've talked about it. You have two hypotheses, fair?
The two hypotheses I discussed in my report.
And as is common in your publication history, which I've reviewed too, you note limitations of the work and research you provide, right?
Specifically with regard to what?
When you are conducting research or experiments according to the guidelines of technical papers or research in your discipline, you are to note the limitations of what you can identify as a causal factor. True?
I think you need to be a little more specific for me, please.
Sure. I'll give you an example, perhaps. I believe you did research as it related to wear and tear of knee joints, correct?
That's not exactly, I think you need to be a little bit more specific or accurate. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Is it part of the scientific process to note the limitations of what you are testing?
Yes, that's why I do conservative calculations.
That is not noted in your report either, though, is it?
It is. If you actually look at the calculations, you'll note that it's conservative.
For those that are just reading your report, Dr. Nye, it would not be known, though, would it?
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
As to who would read it, it depends on who the person is that's asking her to speculate on the knowledge of a reader.
It's filed in a legal proceeding, Your Honor.
Overruled. The witness can answer if she's able.
I mean, anybody who knew basic physics would know.
About your noted limitations as it applies to this case?
About my calculations being conservative, yes.
But that is, as I've said and asked, not noted in your report specifically, is it?
Oh, that's my standard practice to conduct conservative calculations. I didn't write in here the word conservative.
Well, I appreciate what your standard practice is, but what I'm noting is that in your report, we wouldn't know that, would we, Dr. Nye?
I believe that you would if you look at the numbers and the calculations.
Which are not present in your physical report, are they?
They're not in my dated report.
The study of biomechanics is, for injury biomechanics, is the study of the failure of biological systems. Is that fair?
Yes, biological material.
And biological material in this case would be the body caused by the corn rake penetration, correct?
So tissues, yeah, we talked yesterday. Injury is defined as a failure of biological tissue.
And I believe as you described yesterday, your opinion here is that the tissues failed by compression due to puncturing or the penetration wounds caused by the corn rake?
Tensile overload.
And tensile overload would be the compression of the skin at odds with the corn rake, fair?
So due to the blunt object, when you compress the skin, it will deform with the object, and then it will, because of tensile loading, and then will start to tear. And that is why the appearance of blunt force injuries, as Dr. Hammers described, have that bruising and tearing rather than a sharp force injury.
Well, regardless of blunt force, sharp force injuries, there's no dispute that that corn rake caused the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back, correct?
Correct.
And that's in alignment with the medical diagnosis, as you noted too, correct?
Yes.
Because you are not able to diagnose the injury itself, fair?
I do not diagnose the injuries, that's correct.
Nor do you diagnose or note the treated injury patterns as it relates to a medical conclusion, correct?
I do not treat injuries, that is correct.
So the pathological diagnosis here was not being made by you, fair?
Right, I don't diagnose and treat, I'm not a medical doctor.
So your conclusion was tensile overload from penetration with a blunt object, correct?
Yes, blunt penetrating force.
Going through this, you conducted no experiments using the clothing or like clothing that was found on Ms. Mullis's body, correct?
What do you mean by experiments?
You at no point evaluated what additional force would be necessary to puncture the specific clothing on Ms. Mullis's body, right?
I did.
You evaluated the specific requirements added on from the 3 layers of clothing specifically related to her in that specific case.
So the types of clothing that she had on.
In a general sense, right?
The materials. I considered the materials those types of clothing would be made of.
So in a general sense, you applied the research as it relates to the layers of clothing.
Well, if you look at the tags of the clothing, they give the material properties, what they're made of. So denim, polyester, cotton. So the tags of the clothing indicated that.
How long is the rake?
37 inches long.
And that's noted in your report that was filed? Well, rephrase, that's not noted in the report as filed, correct?
I don't know. I might be. I'm not sure.
Feel free to take a gander through it and let me know when you've viewed it.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I wrote the 37 inches long in the report.
And did you document the length of the tines in your report?
Would that be the same question if I wrote it in the report?
Did you note in the report the length of the tines specifically?
The length of the tines, no.
Or the gap spaces and angles of the tines at issue?
I did not put the specifics of the rake in the letter here, this letter report.
Because none of the calculations or information is documented in your written report, right?
None of the calculations?
Correct.
So just the conclusions of the calculations.
And your conclusion is that it would be impossible to cause the injuries at the hand of another in this case?
So to a reasonable degree of biomechanical certainty, more likely than not, it is unlikely.
Well, you say that with certainty there, that you, correct, as to conclusion number 1 on page 5, for instance. You decide certainly that no one swung the corn rake into Ms. Mullis's body, right?
Yes, to a reasonable degree of biomechanical certainty.
And I believe yesterday you testified that it was a swinging motion specifically, but then came back today and said you had these other hypotheses. Fair?
Objection.
Based on what, Your Honor?
That misstates her testimony, Your Honor.
Kelly, can you read me the question?
And I believe yesterday you testified that it was a swinging motion specifically, but then came back today and said that these other hypotheses fair.
Mr. Duden, you just maybe want to rephrase your question. I'm not sure that I even completely understand it in the way in which it was asked.
Sure. I have down in yesterday that you had said it would be impossible to swing the corn rake into her body, correct?
I don't say impossible. My standard is unlikely.
So it is unlikely that it was swung into her body.
Right. So to a reasonable degree of biomechanical certainty, then it would be impossible.
And yesterday you said it's not an overhead swing, right?
Correct.
Or a lateral swing. Fair?
Correct. And I said that today too.
And based on my analysis, or at least where my notes cut off, right? Your first mention of kicking, pushing, or otherwise was said today. Fair?
I answer the questions that are asked to me. Those questions weren't asked to me yesterday.
Well, it's not noted in your report, is it?
We talked about kicking is not noted in my report.
And it wasn't mentioned specifically yesterday, as you implicitly agree?
I'm here to answer questions. I wasn't asked yesterday.
So that's correct, right? That you were not asked specifically about anything other than swinging the rake yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor.
I believe sorry.
This question has been asked and answered, and the record is the record on this issue.
Overruled. The witness can answer if she's able.
I believe my testimony was continuing because it was the end of the day, so my testimony wasn't done yesterday.
You mentioned that there would be not enough force to push into the body because the literature supports this conclusion. That's what you said today, yes?
Yes, the literature indicates a maximum two-handed push force for males.
And by the literature specifically, you're only referencing that one citation that doesn't reference it outright?
It does reference it.
Well, we wouldn't know, right? You would agree that it wouldn't be noted in your calculations. Again, we've talked about this part already.
Well, I listed in my report. It's provided in my report, in my notes.
Permission to work with one of the demonstrative exhibits that were previously used, Your Honor?
Certainly. I don't have access to those, though, so.
We'll pull up whatever.
Sure. Well, I think I don't know if you needed to switch over that. Chords, that was mostly what.
You have access to them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. All right. Whoever has the remote might need to turn the TV on for us, though.
You have your own. He has his own. You have your own, right?
Oh, we have a cord.
Yeah, you have your own.
Is that you guys? All right, perfect.
I'm looking to the screen in front of you, showing you what's labeled as demonstrative exhibit J, I believe. This is the demonstrative you worked with previously with Ms. Thompson, correct?
I developed this.
Mostly my question is, this is just the same image that was used when you were working and speaking with Ms. Thompson, right?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you. It is.
So you're familiar with this because, as you said, you created it, fair?
Yes.
This is what you stated on, I believe, your direct examination was the likely scenario of the initial impact, or the initial time impact. Is that fair?
Well, it's a two-dimensional, as I said before, so it doesn't show the 3 dimensions.
But I believe, as you stated, this would speak to the trajectories at issue, correct?
Yes, for A, B, C, and D.
And this is, as you stated, would be the first injury. I believe you called them wound patterns. Is that fair? I don't want to misquote you on that one. First set of puncture wounds that occurred during this incident, correct?
So A, B, and C occur first.
So looking at this, this would be the initial impact for the through and through injury, the one that resulted in the puncture that came out this front side of her chest, right?
Again, this is a two-dimensional profile view of a static torso with no head, no arms, no legs. So it can hyperextend, but yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
May.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit D in this case. Here you go, Dr. Nye.
Thank you.
What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a gel torso.
And are you familiar with this image of a gel torso?
Yes.
You took this picture, correct?
Yes.
And it was during your research and experiments as it related to this case, true?
No, my research and experiments and testing and my opinions had already been formulated when I took this picture.
These were subsequent experiments undertaken for purposes of this case, true?
It was not an experiment. I already had my opinions.
So this is you working with the gel torso, correct?
Yes,
And you recognize it because, is that your hand in the image?
that is correct.
And you took the photograph?
Yes,
And it's a fair and accurate representation of your work with the gel torso as it relates to this case, fair?
yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit State's Exhibit D.
Letter D,
D, yes.
isn't that in already?
I believe it was not stipulated to its admission previously.
Okay.
D and E remain pending.
Any objection to Exhibit D?
Or in terms of authentication and foundation, no, I think it depends on the purpose for which it's being offered, which I mean, we would reserve a right to argue its relevance, but in terms of, I believe that the state has authenticated it and laid the foundation in the way that, the way that the state just described it.
Okay, D is admitted.
This, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. So this is looking at a copy of State's Exhibit D, which was just admitted. This is the gel torso work that you were doing,
Yes,
and that's for this case specifically.
it was for this case, yes.
And that relates to a female gel torso, is that fair?
A attempted model of a female torso, yes.
And the image shows that it's being impaled by a model corn rake, is that fair?
A purchased corn rake, yes.
And that corn rake was used to be of similar shape or spacing of the tines as it relates to the one at issue in this case?
Yes,
So when the impaled wound trajectory is done on the gel torso here, that's to mirror the initial strike or the initial fall, as you would say, for Ms. Mullis?
yes, it was to try and replicate or demonstrate here wound A.
And was wound A, if you recall, the one that came out the other side of her chest?
Yes,
Your report nor any of your data collection references her range of motion, though, correct?
her range of motion?
Correct.
No,
And it doesn't factor in as more of a dynamic variable whether or not, I guess, the range of motion of her shoulders or arms. Fair?
it does not talk about what her range of motion is.
In fact, your report doesn't evaluate what would be necessary or how she would be able to remove the corn rake at issue here by reaching behind her. Is that correct?
So you're just grabbing the rake, you're not trying to grab the tines, but I don't,
So in the theory in question here, your posited way that this occurred, Ms. Mullis reached behind her and removed the rake. Is that correct?
she did not remove the entire rake, no.
But she was able to generate enough leverage or force to remove part of the rake. Is that fair?
That's what happens when you grab the rake handle, which is essentially right at her buttocks. So just reaching, touching, even scratching your hip.
After it had gone through her full chest cavity.
Yes, that's I showed you in that previous diagram.
But you didn't evaluate her range of motion specifically, correct?
Your Honor, I don't know that the witness had finished her answer.
There's a question pending. The witness can answer that. Please, counsel, just let's try to let the witness finish her answer before you ask your next question.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So once as that diagram previously showed you, when the rakes are lined up with the horizontal trajectories. The rake handle essentially is against her body or against her buttocks. So essentially you're just kind of scratching. You can reach back and grab it. It's touching you. And pulling it in that manner of the second diagram where you grab the rake or reoriented, that essentially, because the rake is stiff, it creates a leverage to pull out one of the tines. And the tine that it pulls out is not deep, relatively speaking. That's why A and B stay in.
Is range of motion an important factor as it relates to biomechanics?
It depends. If I'm talking about a gymnast and someone doing, the splits or something, but this is not what we're talking about here.
Is it a relevant human factor as it relates to the evaluation as per the sources you've included in your report?
It wasn't something that was questioned because I don't have information that she's a manual laborer. She was doing manual labor that day. She can reach down and tie her shoes. So
I apologize. And I understand that, but you didn't evaluate from whether or from what perspective the ability to reach behind her or her range of motion to be able to reach or contract, correct?
It did not seem like a far-fetched ability to be able to reach back and scratch her hip.
Despite it being an instance where she was already impaled?
Yes, it's essentially touching her against her buttocks.
Despite one of the wounds coming through her chest?
So she's grabbing, yes, she can reach back and grab the handle. It's just right by her body. It's not in some obscure, 10 feet above her head kind of location.
Well, you would agree that there would be some force necessary for her to generate, to be able to pull it out of her body after being impaled through and through, right?
Yes, that leveraging, again, grabbing the handle and pulling it down by her left hip and the handle forward, that creates leverage, which causes tine 3 to come out.
But you would agree that there's a calculation or a way to evaluate leverage as it relates to the human body, right?
I don't need that. That's not necessary.
But my question was that there is a way in biomechanics to evaluate that, correct?
You can evaluate torque, sure.
And you did not include any mention of torque as it relates to her ability to rotate, correct?
Because it's unnecessary.
And yesterday, though, when you testified, I believe, you mentioned torque and the ability to twist and the inability for, you disproved whether or not she was able to push the rake out, is that fair? Or pushed onto the rake. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. You have to clarify for me, please.
You testified yesterday that you considered the hypothesis as to whether someone pushed her onto a rake somehow, and you said you disproved it. Do you recall that?
Yes, if they forcibly pushed her, yes.
And you said because a push on the shoulders, it wouldn't be a possible solution or scenario here because of torque and twisting, and it would flip the rake.
Because of rotational acceleration and horizontal velocity.
But you did not include that scenario as it mentioned in your reports either, correct?
I did not write that in my report.
And so when torque was relevant to disprove a hypothesis, it was a relevant consideration?
I didn't need to calculate it. What do you mean?
How would it flip the rake?
Because the rake is top heavy, and when you have horizontal motion and rotational, when you impact the rake in that position, it's going to cause the rake to flip upward, meaning the handle comes up to the ceiling.
Even when the handle is flush against the ground?
When you impact that rake with that kind of force, that kind of horizontal and rotational motion.
Well, I guess I'm confused here. So she can fall back onto it, right?
Yes.
But she can't be pushed with equal force at the shoulders onto that rake and caused to fall on it.
So again, this is talking about a push, an external load applied to your top of your body. When you fall from standing height, you don't have an additional external force applied to the top of your body.
So here, let's talk in the hypothetical then. Let's say equal force was applied to both shoulders at the top part of a person's body. Oh, I apologize. Let's say equal force was applied to both shoulders by an external force, or a person, let's say, to the top part of their body, causing them to fall backwards. Would that flip the rate?
So this is an aggressive push that would generate a horizontal and rotational acceleration.
But merely falling back on it in the presence of an object, causing it, say, an auger, wouldn't cause that imbalance?
No, again, this is not a external force applied to the body above the center of mass, forcing it to horizontally travel and rotate.
And those calculations, again, aren't in your report or in your notes, right?
They're unnecessary. I don't need to calculate that.
Well, there is nothing documented noting you considered that from a perspective of a hypothesis to rule it out if you were just reading your report and notes, correct?
That is correct.
So going to, again, demonstrative J, this is something you created, correct?
Yes.
And this would be the likely wound scenario of A, B, and C per your testimony in 2D format, right?
ND.
In D, in the two-dimensional format, right?
In the two-dimensional format, that is correct.
But, so this is your probable statement as to what occurred here.
This is what happened. She fell on the rake.
If I rotate this image 180 degrees,
Sure.
does this not supposedly generate the same injuries in question?
Yes.
It does?
Well, you have to look at force, but that is the mechanism.
Strength is a component of force evaluations in biomechanics, correct? One's strength when acting upon an object, for instance.
Yes.
Did you test or have any outside information about Mr. Mullis' strength patterns? Or his ability?
No, that's why I use the maximum forces available, so such as a push in literature.
And again, despite it not being documented there, taking you at your word for that, what is his maximum strength ability?
So again, it's in literature, the very maximum reported force for a two-handed push for males is reported in literature.
What is that?
It's 138 pounds.
How many pounds of pressure or force are required to be exerted to puncture the skin?
For one time? Is that your question?
Sure.
So one time for skin on the back is approximately close to 75 pounds.
So one time in this instance, Mr. Mullis would have the force capabilities to be able to puncture the skin with one time.
With a push, but we know that the rate can't be entered one by one to cause this injury pattern.
What's required for 4?
Well, it's 3 that goes in.
What's required for 3 then?
And you consider the clothing. If you consider the clothing, then we're up near between 300 to 340-ish, depending on the conservativeness.
And again, what was his strength pattern or ability that you say you considered at a maximum scenario?
138 pounds for a two-handed push.
And does that evaluate any sort of measures like, I believe, something more dynamic like acceleration?
Yes, that's what we talked about. That is an accelerated push.
I'm sorry, an accelerated fall combined with it too.
So the fall actually, what do you mean an accelerated fall? So talking about a push, if you're pushing someone over, this is an acceleration, not just a static push. So we talked about having the rake against someone's body and you're statically pushing it at a constant pressure, or you're applying acceleration. So when you apply acceleration, it's a more severe scenario. So that scenario has a maximum two-handed force of 138 pounds.
And what would be required if constant pressure was applied?
Less than that.
So less force would be required?
Less force would be required to puncture, that would be generated. Less force would be generated when you apply a constant push.
So it's your testimony that if Ms. Mullis was, say, face down on the ground, for instance, and someone pushed the corn rake in to her back, that's not possible?
You would not penetrate the clothing and the skin, no.
And you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty?
Absolutely.
You also, though, didn't factor in her other wound patterns, correct? I believe yesterday you said you were only retained to consider the penetration wounds specifically, right?
I was asked to focus on them because there were explanations for the other wounds.
Well, you provided no explanation in your report for anything else, right?
Right, I was asked to focus on the penetration wounds.
So you didn't consider it from the perspective of the wounds on Miss Mullis's knees, hands, or chin?
Right, so actually if they fit my scenario. So going up on her knees, trying to extract the rake, being on a concrete gravel type ground as in the shed is available, that would generate the mechanism to cause those injuries.
Just pushing onto her hands and knees?
Well, crawling. She's crawling.
And the strike on her chin, how was that caused?
So again, that was from Dr. Hammers and to discuss.
And I believe, though, the standards for biomedical or biomechanical evaluations say that you're supposed to accept the treating physician's diagnosis?
That I do not, I don't diagnose and treat, therefore I don't dispute diagnoses.
I apologize. In your report, I believe it's noted specifically that you're supposed to look to the treating physician or treating provider's diagnosis. Is that fair?
That's usually where the wound pattern is, but autopsy, you're not treating anybody because they're gone. It's the medical professionals that I'm looking for that provide a diagnosis.
Just to quick summarize your evaluation and opinions here as it relates to this instance specifically. Your calculations are not noted in your reports.
The conclusions of my calculations are in my report.
I'm asking about the facts and data that would lead you to those conclusions are not specifically enumerated in your report. Fair?
So the calculations, the foundation for them are included, and the conclusions are included.
You took no measurements specifically of the location or space?
Because it had changed, and I had a diagram from the police department right after the incident.
And you did not document specifically, you're assuming that the rake where it was discovered by law enforcement or noted by law enforcement was in fact where the rake was to begin?
No, I did not assume that. I had no other information to indicate that the incident happened anywhere else other than the shed.
Despite knowing that the rake had been pulled out by Mr. Mullis, right?
Because that was what's available in the information, that the incident happened in the shed, but even if it didn't, it wouldn't change my opinions.
The location inside the red shed where the incident occurred and the physical limitations of the space wouldn't change your opinions?
If they happened elsewhere outside the sheds, that would not change my opinions. I'm not exactly, maybe I'm confused at what you're asking. It seems like you're questioning whether the incident happened in the shed, and I'm just a little confused by that question.
If the incident did not occur in the shed, would your opinion change?
No.
And if the location of where the incident occurred wasn't near the pet carrier, for instance, would your opinion change?
No, because it's again based on the physical evidence of the injuries and the rake. Everything else is supportive.
So no environmental condition would change the opinion of your statements here?
I'm saying that I considered the spacing, but even in that limited spacing where I know that a lateral swing can't happen, I still analyzed it. And I analyzed an overhead, and I analyzed different positions. And all those positions can happen in a location other than the shed. So I considered alternative locations as well. But what comes down to it is the physical evidence and the including the rake and the injuries themselves.
With the assumptions that you knew where it occurred in the shed, or no?
There is no assumptions here.
Yesterday, I just want to confirm, your testimony was that you can't analyze every scenario or every incident in a case. Is that correct?
That would not be reasonable to do. Again, there's, like I said yesterday, there was no information that there was a trapeze available. You know, if there's something that gives me more information, I'm happy to analyze that scenario. It's my job as a neutral party to consider, analyze, and evaluate new evidence.
And the last thing I want to talk about, I understand the statement was that you're salaried by Robson Forensic. True?
True.
But you've been compensated by Mr. Mullis' team or the fund for which is providing for him?
No.
You've received no compensation?
My salary stays the same whether I'm here or not.
Well, I will re-clarify. How much has Robson Forensic been compensated to provide for your testimony and your ability to be here?
I have no idea.
What's your hourly billable rate?
I think it started at, I believe Robson billed me out initially at $640.
And that's $640 an hour?
That is correct.
And based upon an estimate even, how much has Robson Forensic been paid for your testimony here today? How many hours of work have you conducted?
I have no idea.
You have no rough approximation of how much work you've done in this case?
I do not have an idea of the number of hours or the amount. I have a lot of cases, and those are not things I keep track of. That's something accounting keeps track of.
Well, my understanding is that you bill your time and enter that time to be billed, correct?
Yes, if you would like Robson, you can ask Robson for that information. That's completely fine. I just don't have it on memory right now.
And you don't have any approximation of the hours?
I mean, it definitely more than 10. I mean, but I don't have I didn't count.
Is it $640 an hour to have you be present in travel for trial, for instance?
They bill me hourly, flat rate, yes.
So you being here present for trial over the course here, I believe we had previously discussed that you'd been here since Sunday, is that right?
I arrived Sunday night.
Since arriving on Sunday night, have you been, do they bill for every hour you've been present, or how does that work?
No, I bill for time that I'm in trial.
So for the rough 7 hours or 8 hours a day, you've been billed at $640 an hour by Robson?
So they bill me hourly, and I bill for the time that I spend here, yes.
Taking you back to the investigation here, I believe you're present for Dr. Cruz's testimony, correct?
For the trial testimony, this trial testimony, yes.
And do you recall the noted absence of additional bruising or any sort of identified wound or mark as it related to the handle of the rake against Ms. Mullis's back?
You mean on her buttocks?
Her back, lower spinal column, lumbar spinal area, abdomen, etc.
Abdomen, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the backside of her oblique.
So her
buttocks as well, yes.
Her buttocks land on the handle.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Her buttocks land on the handle, which prevents it from flipping.
Was there any mark noted during the autopsy, to your recollection or knowledge, to her buttock or back of her leg?
I would not expect that there would be a buttock mark, bruise on her buttocks from landing on the handle.
Do you recall of any noted abrasion or other marking on her lower back?
No.
Would you expect, like you had testified earlier as it related to abrasions around the wound patterns, for instance, there to be any marking or indication of laying or falling on the handle of the rake?
So her buttocks that contact the rake, and I would not expect an injury there.
In this scenario, though, her buttocks would have hit the concrete as well, correct?
Right, a distributed load, so the handle and the concrete.
And her arm, I believe, as you mentioned, which the location of where her arm would fall would potentially show some sort of injury to her elbow or the back of her arm. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, I think the state has said this witness can't provide, medical diagnoses. I think that's what they're asking her to provide.
Sustained.
I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
I do have some redirect, Your Honor. Dr. Knight, you were asked whether you testified in a criminal case before. Is there a different set of engineering principles that you apply to an insurance matter versus a criminal matter?
No.
are engineering principles the same regardless of the type of client who's asked you to look at a particular situation?
Nope, they're all the same.
You've talked a little bit about the investigation that you yourself conducted to perform a site visit of the shed in this case.
Yeah, I did a site visit of the farm.
Of the farm. When did you go to the farm?
I don't remember.
Would you rely on any information in your report about when it was that you conducted the site visit? And let me ask you a better question. Would looking at your report refresh your memory about when you conducted a site visit?
It may. Let me take a look.
Let me direct you. We'll see who gets there first.
Oh, September 18th, 2023.
Does that sound right?
Oh, that's the clothing.
Yeah, okay.
June 30th and July 1st, 2023. Thank you. That's in my report.
And when is it that you looked at the clothing in the rake in this case?
September 18th, 2023.
And is that when you took photographs of those objects as well?
Yes.
You were asked a number of questions about information that's in your, and I'm going to have while I'm asking this question, I'm going to have our colleague plug back in our computer here. You were asked some questions about information that's provided in your notes versus in your report, and without publishing this document. So I'm going to ask my colleague to turn the television off for a second, just so we have a clear record of what the document we've been talking about. I'm going to show you what we've marked as Exhibit 976. And I know there are that we've addressed some questions, Your Honor, about the admissibility. I just want to establish with the witness that the document that applicant has marked as 976, just what that document is. So without publishing this document, I'm just going to ask you.
And right now, just the witness and myself can see it. It won't be displayed on the big TVs.
Correct, Your Honor. That's what I'm seeking to do.
I see it.
All right. I'm going to have my colleague just scroll through what's on the monitor in front of you. And the question I'm going to ask you is if the document that appears in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 976 is a complete copy of your additional notes that you provided related to your work in this case.
It appears to be, yes.
All right. And if you need to count these pages, you can, but if I represented to you that that's a 14-page document, does that sound correct to you?
Yes.
Between your report and Exhibit 976, do those, and I guess your two reports, so between your two reports, let me start this question again. You have photographs that you have provided in this case reflecting your inspection of the clothing and the rake, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you take photographs that included a measuring, a ruler in them to measure, that demonstrated your measurements of the tines and the length of the rake and the tines of the rake?
Yes.
So you have photographs that show those measurements, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you took photographs that documented your understanding of her clothing, is that right?
Yes.
You provided photographs, you provided those photographs as well as the notes that we've been describing that are Exhibit 976, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you have your two reports.
Yes.
And that is all information that you made available to counsel to provide to the state, reflecting your opinions and the bases of your understanding of the information in this case?
Yes.
Just briefly, since 976 is still in front of you, I'm going to have my colleague direct you to the last page of that document, which is page 14.
I'm here.
All right. You have a references section on the last page of 976?
Yes.
And I think you were asked some questions about reference 5. Is that a complete reference for, is that a complete citation for the reference material that you're alluding to in reference 5?
Well, I didn't allude to it. I stated it. But all my references are complete, even with page numbers.
I appreciate that clarification. If I was going to go to a journals database, a medical journals database, using the information you've given for reference 5, I could pull up that article.
Objection leading.
Let me ask, I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Using the information that you've provided for reference 5, could you pull that cited reference up in a medical journals database?
You could, but you can just go to Google. If you just type in Nolan and then forces generated, it would pop up. It's widely available to the public.
Is that true for the other references that you've identified on page 14?
That's why I provide complete citations so someone can go get them. Anybody can get them.
You were asked some questions about torque calculations, about the torque, about the consideration of torque in pulling out tine C while pulling a tine out of wound C while tines of this rake remained in A and B. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Why is it that you did not need to do a calculation for torque in making that determination?
Because we know it came out. That it has to be out to be able to make wound E and F. So that third tine 3, has to come out to be able to make wound E. I didn't need to question whether or not it was out.
You were also asked some questions about why you did not conduct experiments on Ms. Mullis's clothing. Why did you not conduct any experiments on her clothing?
So when you say experiments, that's a little confusing to me because I think for people not in my field, when you think testing or experiments, it has to be physical, like you're breaking something or, doing something. But looking at the holes, considering them, looking at the location, comparing them to the wound location, that's all part of the investigation process, which is essentially a whole big experiment.
Under your definition of an experiment that you just provided, did you give consideration to the properties of Ms. Mullis's clothing in reaching your opinions here?
Yes, absolutely.
You were asked some questions about the shed at issue in this case, and I want to show you a photograph that we looked at that has been admitted into evidence, Your Honor. Elena, can you can. While my colleague's doing that, because I want to keep us moving, let me ask you about another issue, and we'll come back to that when it's ready. You were asked some questions about the medical diagnoses in this case, and just some general questions about Dr. Cruz. So I want to direct your attention back to those questions. Did you rely on the information that was provided by Dr. Cruz as to Ms. Mullis's injuries in this case?
Did I rely on Dr. Cruz for the injury pattern?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you in giving your opinions, were you disagreeing in some way with what Dr. Cruz said about that issue?
that is not my role. I don't disagree with medical diagnoses.
You were asked some questions on that issue specifically about the chin injury that there was some testimony about with both Dr. Cruz and Dr. Hammers. Were you present here for their testimony about that issue?
Yes.
Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Cruz that the injury to Ms. Mullis's chin could have been caused from falling and striking an object?
Yes, I heard Dr. Cruz say that, yes.
Is that testimony in some way inconsistent with your opinions in this case?
I mean, it's not consistent or inconsistent.
Are you here to offer opinions one way or another about Ms. Mullis's chin injury?
No.
And has any of the testimony that you've heard about that chin injury as between Dr. Cruz or Dr. Hammers, does any of that contradict your opinions in this case in some way?
No, not at all. Yeah, when I talk about injuries, it's about mechanism. I don't diagnose.
I think we have this photograph up that I asked you about a second ago, and just for the record, what exhibit number is this? 311. All right, so I'm showing the witness what's been marked as 311. The photograph that you're looking at, this exhibit 311, is that a photograph that you took, Dr. Nye?
I don't think so.
All right, and do you recognize what's depicted in photograph 311?
What's depicted is the dog or pet carrier that it was claimed that Ms. Mullis was going to retrieve in the shed at the time of the incident.
Is there anything about the way that the shed appears in exhibit 311 that contradicts any of the opinions that you've provided in this case?
No, absolutely not.
Did you rely on, I think you can take this exhibit down now, did you rely on the photographs and descriptions of the shed as it appeared at the time of the investigation into Ms. Mullis's death in reaching your opinions?
They were supportive of my opinions.
I mean, you were not assuming that the shed appeared the way it looked when you visited the site?
No, I don't. I don't make assumptions, and no, I did not do that.
You've been asked a number of questions about your calculations, and a couple additional questions I have on that topic in particular. Could another expert perform the kinds of calculations that you performed here in reaching your opinions?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
This goes to whether her methods are repeatable in her field, Your Honor. That's maybe an artfully posed question, but that's the issue I'm going into briefly.
With that clarification and narrowing of the question, the witness may answer.
Sorry, could you read that back? Thank you.
You've been asked a number of questions about your calculations, and a couple additional questions I have on that topic in particular. Could another expert perform the kinds of calculations that you performed here in reaching your opinions?
Yes, absolutely, and they did.
Are these methods are the methods by which you performed your analysis and performed these calculations, are they accepted in your field?
Absolutely, yes.
And specifically as to your discussion about clothing, the concepts that you relied on here of the tear force of clothing and the tactical strength of clothing are the methods by which you considered those issues generally accepted in the field of biomechanical engineering?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, you were asked some questions about this gel torso, and the photograph's not up, but do you recall the photograph that you were showed by the state as to that issue?
Yes.
First of all, does anything about that photograph contradict your opinions that you've testified about here today in any way?
No, not at all.
And I just want to note for the record, it looks to me that you are looking at a copy of that exhibit, so if you're relying on it to answer the questions, I just want to make sure the record's clear since you have it there. The particular gel torso that's depicted in the state's exhibit, why is there a reason that you did not use that gel torso to illustrate your testimony today?
objection, Your Honor, based upon our prior motion practice and history. We're happy to approach the bench if that's easier. But certainly, the question calls for something that has been the subject of much litigation and motion practice previously.
Well, obviously, I'm assuming, of why the gel torso isn't here. I don't know that. I guess, Ms. Thompson, what kind of record do you want on this? Again, this is a bench trial, not a jury trial. I'm aware of what the procedural history is. Do you want some additional record at this point, or?
I do, and I'm happy to do this in front of the witness because I think this can be brief. But honestly, it was confusing to us to have it marked as an exhibit because it was our understanding that the issues here are what they are. And to the extent that I'm not trying to lead the witness, but you've asked me, so the court's asked me, so I'm going to answer. I mean, I think there's been a suggestion in the questions that somehow this object contradicts the opinions that that the expert has provided here, that Dr. Nye has provided. And so I think some explanation to clarify that issue is necessary for us to make our record. I think the history of this object is well documented, and it's not our intention to dispute, obviously, the pleadings that have been made, but I think there is additional information that goes to the issue that we didn't raise, that the state raised.
Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
We can read back the specific question if we'd like to, but my understanding was the question was, why didn't you use this specific gel torso? Or what was the specific question may be important here, but the reason the specific gel torso wasn't used in the litigation after this portion has been held out to be not a scientific issue at all. As the court knows from our prior litigation, that's certainly been disputed.
Well, Ms. Thompson, if it is helpful to you for me to tell you at this point that I didn't find anything with regard to Exhibit D to contradict the earlier testimony of this witness, I think we can just move past that in terms of where we're at.
I appreciate the court making that a record, and I think for us, obviously, we want to represent our client zealously. We want to make sure we've made our record. Obviously, if that's I think the court has given us some direction in terms of how it is viewing this evidence, and with that understanding, I agree that we can move on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at my notes at the questions that were asked with regard to Exhibit D. That's where the questions about evaluation of range of motion, things of that nature were asked. I mean, I guess certainly if you want to ask some follow-up questions about that topic, that's fine. But specifically with regard to the use of gel torso, I don't think there is any need or reason to follow up on that. That particular topic is not going to be useful to the court in making any finding of fact.
I understand, Your Honor, and obviously, again, we want to make sure that we're representing our client in the way that he deserves to be represented. I have two other questions about gel torsos more broadly, not this particular gel torso, that I'd like to ask. And I don't intend to disregard what the court just said. Again, I want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for our client, Your Honor, but obviously there may be an objection to this question, but I don't believe it's covered by what the court just told me.
Go ahead.
From an engineering perspective, in terms of the force calculations that you've been testifying about here today, Dr. Nye, does a gel torso accurately represent the human body?
As far as force is concerned, no.
Correct. As far as force is concerned?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Sorry, magnitude of force. Let me clarify.
Well, and just to follow up, because I appreciate that question, when you're talking about magnitude of force, are you talking about the forces that would be required, the amount of force, the magnitude of force that would be required as to the issue we've been talking about, the ability of a corn rake to enter the human body.
Right, I would not use that for magnitude.
You were asked a number of questions by the state on cross-examination. Do any of the questions that you've been asked by the state here today change the opinions that you've offered about the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis's injuries were caused by her falling on this rake?
No, if I had no other hypothesis, and that was the only one I tested, everything fits that hypothesis. It is proven.
All right, no other questions, Your Honor.
Mary Cross.
Just briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Drawing your attention to what is reference number 5 for the article, you stated just on redirect that you could pull up the case of Nolan, Hainsworth, and Ruddy forces generated in stabbing attacks just by Googling it, right? Well, I will tell you that we did Google it in permission to place it on the screen, Your Honor, to work with. Is this the article you referenced specifically for the notes and proposition that you evaluated kick and force injuries that were not related to falling or swinging?
Sorry, I've lost my page. This is, so if you scroll down, let me just see here. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, yep. So hang on 1 second. Yes.
This is the same article?
Yes.
Drawing your attention to what is Table 2.
Yes.
Do you see Table 2 in front of you?
I do.
In the actions evaluated included a button push, push, slap, and punch, correct?
Correct.
Did not include a kicking or kneeing or any sort of exertional force by what we've talked about here previously, right?
Right, and I didn't evaluate kicking for magnitude as I discussed.
So this article does not support your proposition that it wasn't kicked or otherwise forced into her body in some other manner, for instance?
Objection, Your Honor. That's, the question is vague as to kicking or other force. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Would you like to clarify, Mr. Duden?
Along with kicking or forcing into Ms. Mullis's body, the other proffered aspects of your hypotheses testified to today, those are not evaluated according to this article, correct?
So this article was for the two-handed push. The kicking, as you recall, I talked about mechanism of injury. So it wasn't a magnitude discussion.
This article doesn't cover the stomping either, though, does it?
No, I wouldn't, but it's not related to the position, specific position that Ms. Mullis was in at the time of the incident, so it wouldn't list that.
In scrolling down to, well, I think if we did a control find on this, do you believe this article references clothing specifically?
Can you go up?
Sure.
This one, so I can point to the clothing ones if you want.
But it's not this article?
Can you move up a little bit? Let me just review before I speak to it. Can you start at the beginning? I'm sorry. And then, thank you. And then scroll slowly. I'm sorry, I can't do it myself. Okay. keep going. Thank you so much. Yep, keep going. Yep, keep going. Thank you. Trauma, stabbing, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. And keep going. Perfect. Yes, I confirm that this was not one of the ones. I just wanted to make sure it's not the clothing ones, but I have clothing ones listed.
And then based upon your testimony here today, is it your testimony that you were able to differentiate the degrees of force at issue here by looking at the wounds and their depths or the aspects of the wound injuries sustained by Ms. Mullis?
So location of wound, knowing it's on her back, and understanding that it's a tensile overload.
So it was just merely looking at the wounds and the depths and information provided to you on that front?
So again, clarifying your question as I understand it, the magnitudes are considering the location, the diagnosis of the wounds, as well as the instrument being a blunt object.
And that's based upon the appearance and photographs and the information provided to you by Dr. Cruz and ultimately Dr. Hammers as well?
Yes.
Looking to the discussion section of the same article here, and beginning with the paragraph of, thus based on both of the results of both experiments. So beginning with this paragraph, thus based on the results of both experiments, in the case of a wound tract involving skin and organs only, applying a subjective scale of mild to moderate to severe force in an attempt to suggest to the court that one could differentiate the degrees of force by simply looking at the resulting wound is inappropriate. All that can be said is that minimal force required for a particular implement to breach the skin and cause injury to the skin and soft tissue only has been met. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So here, the conclusion by going off of the appearance of the wounds themselves, we can't really say more than the minimal amount of force that would be required to penetrate it, correct? Based upon this article's guidance.
Which is what I use. That's why I use a conservative value. So I use the minimum force. And then I use the blunt instrument cross-sectional area. That's exactly what I did.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
One question.
Go ahead.
If at any point in any of your work in this case, Dr. Nye, have you have you relied on the idea that you, in your evaluation, can differentiate degrees of force simply by looking at a resulting wound?
I'm sorry.
Sure, I'm going to ask that question in a better way.
That's a lot of words.
Does your analysis differentiate degrees of force by looking at the wounds that Ms. Mullis had?
That wasn't what I was doing. That paper talks about measuring force if you, depending on how severe the attack is. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at forces necessary to penetrate.
You didn't reach conclusions about the force that was at issue, that could be at issue in these hypotheses just by looking at the wounds that Ms. Mullis had. Is that right?
Again, I rely on the diagnoses. So looking at the minimum force and the maximum, say, push, then I'm meeting both ends. So if I take the maximum and I take the minimum and it still doesn't meet, then anything after that is met, essentially.
Were your conclusions on that issue based on your full investigation and analysis, and not just looking at Ms. Mullis's injuries?
Oh, it's a complete, yes, the engineering investigation takes a lot of time and consideration and the scientific method that we talked about.
All right, no other questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Nye. Counsel, do you need to address Exhibit 976 before the witness is gone, or is that something that she can be released for?
Your Honor, we sought to admit Dr. Nye's reports, and I think there was an objection to that. And I think this issue relates to, the issue about these notes relates to that concept. I think we're seeking to admit it based on this testimony in that respect, but I don't think we need further information from the witness, and we can take that issue up at the appropriate time.
Okay. 285, I think, was the other exhibit.
I believe that's right, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. All right, so normally I would say this would be a good spot for our afternoon break. Do we have another witness today?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and take about 15 minutes at this point. We'll plan on picking back up at 3:15.
Please be seated.
Ms. Nichols-Cook, are you ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Applicant would call Tom Krogman.
Okay, Mr. Krogman, if you're ready, you may come forward. Have a seat in the chair to my left, please. And if you raise your hand, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? I do. All right. If you turn the microphone in front of you on, please, there's a button in the bottom center. There you go.
Did I get it? There we go.
Oh, I think I have it.
Hi, Mr. Krogman.
Hello.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Thomas James Krogman, 1810 200th Avenue, Manchester.
Okay. And how do we spell Krogman?
Krogmann.
How long have you lived in Delaware County?
62 years.
Would
Forever.
that make you a lifelong resident?
Yeah.
What do you do for work or employment?
I'm a farmer.
What do you currently raise or grow as a farmer?
Corn and soybeans.
Have you raised livestock in the past?
Yes.
Did that include hogs or cattle?
Both.
Are you familiar with when farmers in Delaware County typically plant crops?
Yep.
When is that?
Last year it was in April till some was the middle of May.
Is it generally spring?
What's that?
Is it generally in the spring?
Yes, excuse me, yeah. Yeah. It was a really nice year last year.
Is it dependent on the weather?
Right.
When farmers are planting crops, how long are they in the field most days? In your experience?
Sometimes 24 hours a day.
When you plant crops, do you have Wi-Fi in the fields with you?
My cell phone? Yes.
Do you have anything else?
Guidance systems on equipment?
And that would be data plans and things that you pay for?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many years you had livestock?
Probably all of 30.
And are you familiar with farm equipment?
Yes.
Do you also repair equipment?
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about a couple of things, and I have a couple of pictures to show you. The first one is going to be Exhibit 265. It looks like the TV went off.
It's like mine at home. Never works.
Are you seeing anything on your screen?
Yes, I got it now. Yes, correct.
What is on your screen?
I would call that a corn fork.
Corn fork.
Corn rake.
Do you use those terms interchangeably, corn rake and corn fork?
Yes.
What is it for?
It's for raking ear corn out of a crib, or it's just handy to have. It's like I don't know, it's like an extension of your hand a lot of times. You can reach out and pull lumber, bedding, whatever.
Have you used it to clean out a chicken coop?
No, I've never had chickens, but I've used it in farrowing houses and stuff like that.
And is it a familiar or common object to see around a farm?
It's kind of like an antique. I mean, it's not nothing you'd use every day type thing. Grandpa had it, it's hanging on the rafter, and it's just a cool thing. You don't get rid of something like that.
Would you consider it a dangerous item?
No.
Would you consider it a sharp object?
I don't know. I never really considered it, I guess.
Would you want your grandchildren to stay far away from it?
I'm pretty sure I got one laying around, and I'm pretty sure they probably messed with it.
Okay. So you don't take any special precautions regarding it?
No.
We've talked, before you got here, about augers. Can you tell us a little bit about what is an auger, and specifically a sweep auger?
Well, it's a shaft with a spiral flighting on it that has usually a drive on the end that pulls your material to the motor and to the front. Let's say you're moving grain into a sump in an auger to load out. At the end of the bend, you would use that. Or silage, you would transport it from one place to another.
Where would you store an auger, a sweep auger?
Well, you should put them inside, but usually they're not.
When you say inside, you mean like in a barn? Or
Right, yeah.
shed? Are they stored on the floor typically?
Yeah, they're heavy.
Heavy?
Yeah.
Have you ever stepped on one?
Oh, yeah.
What
I'm
happened?
sure. Well, when it's running? Oh,
No, when it's laying on the ground or in a shed.
I can't really say anything happened. Slip, probably.
Would parts of it move?
Oh, probably so. It's bearings on each end and belt drive to a motor.
Okay. Next, I'm going to ask that we pull up Exhibit 311, which we looked at earlier today, to make sure that you and I are talking about the same thing.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. I have to. I apologize. I can't see what you're looking for. Okay. Mr. Krugman, can you see a photo on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that picture is depicting?
I see a pet carrier and augers. Looks like sweep augers on the floor. Looks like some totes in the background, and I'm not quite sure what the thing is painted camouflage is. I can't really say.
Okay. And when you were just talking to us about sweep augers, that's what's also in that photo?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
When did you meet Mr. Mullis?
I don't think he was old enough to drive yet.
So you've known him for a long time?
Yeah, I think he maybe was 14 or 15.
Okay. Are you familiar with other members of the Mullis family?
Oh,
as well?
yes, absolutely.
Would you consider your family and their family to be neighbors or friendly?
Yes.
Over the years, what types of things would you and Todd do together?
We did a lot of hunting together. We went kayaking, cookouts in the timber. I don't know, just things farm guys do, I guess, you know. Had a few beers here and there, you know.
When Todd married Amy, were you at the wedding?
Yes, I was in the wedding.
Did Todd and Amy bring their kids around camping or to barbecues with you?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Todd get into a fight?
No.
I want to kind of orientate you to like 2018 and that fall. Were you still in regular communication with Todd?
Not very often.
Did you see him and did you talk to him about farm work?
Yeah, but I would say in the last, I don't know how many years, you know, life gets busy and we didn't get to hang out. We didn't, I don't know, he had his things going, I had mine. I didn't really answer your question probably, but.
Do you know if Todd was also planting crops in 2018.
I'm sure he was.
Do you know if he was harvesting?
Absolutely.
Do you know if he had a hog farm operation in 2018?
Absolutely. I was somewhat in touch with him, you might say. I knew he sold chemicals and just, you know.
When you talk about selling chemicals, are those also for farm work?
Yes.
And the picture you looked at, or the one that might still be up, the totes that you mentioned, are those for chemicals?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you know if those totes are heavy?
Are the totes heavy? They weigh about 125 pounds empty. I know because I use them for scrap iron, and I got to weigh them back empty.
Gotcha. I want to talk now about November 10th, 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
That was the day of the accident. I was, my son and me were about, I'm going to say, a half mile from my nephew's place, and we were loading scrap iron off a farm, and we seen we seen flashing lights to the east on 38, and we're looking, and I was like, well, wonder what's going on. And then a town officer, town cop, whatever, he flew by on the highway, which is way out of city limits, which we thought was pretty odd. So we grabbed the binoculars and looked, and we looked to the east where my nephew's place is. He's just building a house there, and we've seen it looked like that's where the activity was. So we hopped in the truck and headed down. We figured, excuse me, there was a skid loader accident or something. They were building a house. You move a lot of dirt, debris, lumber, everything with loaders, whatnot. And you want the whole story?
Well, I'll ask you another question.
Okay.
Before there's an objection. What was the name of your son that you were with that day?
Michael.
Michael. And what is the name of your nephew who lived on 38?
Brian.
Brian. And so you and Michael both went down the road to where the squad cars or the deputy lights were?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you thought it was an accident. You knew Brian was building a house, and you talked about a skid loader. For clarity of the record, can you tell us a little bit about what is a skid loader?
It's probably the most awesome machine ever built. You can do anything with it. You move dirt, you can mow, mowers, backhoe attachments. There's nothing you can't do with a skid loader.
Can I call it a smaller tractor?
No, it's just not. I've never heard them called anything else but a skid loader.
Is it a heavy machine?
Yes. 12,000 pounds probably.
Okay. Is it something that you can take on the road?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is fascinating, but it's not relevant.
I guess Ms. Nichols-Cook, as far as the relevancy, is there some reason you think it's relevant?
I guess I'm trying to lay the foundation for why he expected there to be a skid loader accident and why he went there so quickly. So I could just ask him why he was worried about a skid loader accident?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Krugman, when you thought there would have been a skid loader accident at your nephew's house, was that upsetting or alarming to you?
I don't really think it was either. It was just a matter we had to get there and fix the situation.
Were you afraid somebody was hurt?
Right. They wouldn't have called.
Could a skid loader accident seriously injure somebody?
Very much so.
Have you seen other skid loader accidents?
I've seen it with the same type attachment on tractors where same scenario, they're building a new house. The wife was down in the trench and the tractor didn't stop and it pretty much cut her in half.
Okay.
And I'm sure a skid loader do the same thing. I mean, you don't know. There's a lot of stuff goes through your head when it's at your nephew's place.
Yes, I
Really quick, too.
Yeah. Have you yourself been involved in any accidents while farming or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any one of those guys sitting back there been in an accident. Oops.
Are accidents common?
Yes.
On a farm?
Yes. It's a dangerous job. I mean, we don't have to play by OSHA or any of that ruling, and we got so much time to get this done, and we just do it. And sometimes you lose a finger.
And do some people sometimes die in a farming accident?
Yes.
So when you got to Brian's property, what did you see?
I seen what looked like a car accident.
Did you recognize anybody?
I noticed Todd's truck.
Okay. Did you see Todd?
Yep, he was standing outside. Well, yeah, yes,
Did you see deputies?
yes.
Did you see Amy Mullis?
On the ground, yes.
Was anything happening to Amy at the time?
I don't know if they're doing the chest compressions or what. I can't say for sure.
Was EMS there yet?
I can't say for sure.
And did you speak with Todd?
No, yeah, absolutely.
And did you ask or inquire about what had happened?
Yes,
Okay. Have you been to Todd Mullis's farm before?
absolutely.
Are you familiar with a shed between the hog barns and the house?
The red shed,
Yes.
I've been in it. I don't know, 10 years ago probably. I bought a tote from him on a winter day. I needed a tote. But that's the only time I've ever been in that shed.
Do you have any recollection from that time you were in the shed, how much space was in it or what was stored in it?
It was full. I was just helping him out by taking a tote.
So the totes that you identified in the photo were in those types of totes?
Yes, yes.
At some point, did you learn that Amy had been found in that shed?
Yes,
And at some point, did you learn that there had been a corn rake involved?
yes, I did.
Did that strike you as unusual or strange?
I'm going to object as relevance. This witness's opinion on whether that's unusual or strange is not relevant to the issues before the court.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Would you repeat it, please?
The information that you learned that Amy had been found in the shed and that a corn rake had been involved in her injury, was that a strange thing to you or a suspicious thing to you?
It was odd. I mean, anytime there's no there's no normal accident. I mean, you've all seen accidents. You can't make sense of it. It's like, why did this happen? So, I mean, I don't know how I should answer that for you.
In your experience as a lifelong, member of this community and as a farmer, did you have any thought that this wasn't an accident?
No.
Object as improper opinion testimony.
I'm not asking for an expert opinion. I'm asking in his personal experience, just like if I asked a witness, how fast was that car going?
Objections overruled. I heard an answer. Did you, Kelly? Yeah, it'll remain in the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you learn at some point while you were in Brian's driveway that Todd had been on the way to the hospital with Amy?
Yes, I talked to Todd.
Have you ever had to drive a family member to the hospital that was injured?
Yes.
Why do you not wait for an ambulance to come to you?
That's not how we're wired. We fix stuff. there's no time to, well, I think, I don't know how many times I had to do it. Once I comes to recollection with my brother. He was back in the timber. It was in the spring. You couldn't even walk. It was so muddy. And he was unconscious and his leg was bent behind him, bleeding. There's no way you were going to get him out of there unless we did it.
So, in your experience, is it impractical to wait for an ambulance to get to you?
I would, yeah. There's probably scenarios where not, but in most scenarios, we fix stuff. We don't wait for nothing.
Was Todd with you the day that your brother broke his leg?
Yes, he was.
And did he help you take your brother to the hospital?
I think he rode in the back of the truck and held him down.
So on November 10th, when you're in Brian's driveway, do you see an ambulance come?
I don't recall seeing this. I guess I really wasn't paying too much attention to that part of it, because they were working on Amy, and I couldn't tell you if there was 5 squad cars there or 50 squad cars. I couldn't tell you.
Did you see Amy leave in an ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Todd get in the ambulance?
No.
Why not?
Todd rode in with me because I think it was too full. They didn't have room for
Did you make any observations that you can remember about Todd's demeanor or his behavior?
I think he was in disbelief.
Do you know Tristan Mullis?
Yes.
Did you see him on November 10th, 2018?
Yes.
Did you drive Todd to the hospital that day?
Yes.
Did you stay at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where you went in the hospital?
No, some small room.
Would it be like a waiting room?
It could be, yeah.
Did you stay with Todd?
Yes, I did.
Were you there when a doctor came out and informed Todd that Amy had passed?
Yes.
Did you see deputies coming in and out of that waiting room?
Yes, I did.
Were you present for any conversations the deputies had with Todd or Tristan Mullis?
I don't think so. I don't recall anything.
Did you observe anything about the medical staff's behavior? Anything that you remember about how they acted towards you and Todd?
I'm going to say cold.
Did you feel that was that a concern to you?
I know rolled off me pretty easy, but you just got that feeling of
Did you
of
recognize?
coldness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Did you recognize any of the medical staff as someone you knew?
No, I didn't know any of them.
Did you know that Amy used to work in that hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you see other members of the Mullis family come to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you and your wife Carol then leave the hospital?
Yeah, we left together, yes.
Okay. Before Amy died, I know you said you had more limited interactions or time with Todd.
Mm-hmm.
At any point, did you and Todd ever discuss Amy having an extramarital affair?
No.
Do you have other friends in the community?
A few.
Do you sometimes hear people talk or rumors about affairs?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you also talk to Amy directly over the years, or text or call her or talk to her?
No.
When Amy and the family and Todd would come for barbecues or campouts or anything, did you ever hear Amy complain about being unhappy?
No.
Did you ever hear Todd complain about his marriage or about wanting a divorce?
No.
A Couple more quick questions on November 10th. I know it was Iowa in November. Do you remember weather-wise if it was cold?
Yes.
Do you know if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, there was. Because we had commented loading the skid loader on that trailer, how sketchy it was. It's on tracks and it don't like a wet bed that's snow on it.
When you were doing your scrap metal job at the farm by Brian's, were you walking around outside in the snow?
Yes.
Were you leaving prints, shoe
I'm sure
prints?
we were.
Do you remember a DCI agent coming to your home to talk to you?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember approximately when that was after Amy's death?
It was cold out.
If I told you the report from the agent is December 28th, 2018, would you accept that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember having this discussion?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the name of the agent?
No.
Have you had a chance to listen to the audio of your interview with him?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where on your property that interview is occurring?
Yes, I do.
Where at?
Right in the shop.
In the shop?
Yep.
Is the shop a large building?
Yes, very.
What do you do in there?
Everything.
Objection is overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
We do everything in there from snowmobiles to four-wheel drive tractors.
Were any of your children or grandchildren on the farm that day with you?
Yes, they were.
Were any of them in the shop?
At one point, they weren't supposed to be, but he wasn't supposed to be there. He was supposed to come back at 5 o'clock, but he was too impatient, so I had to leave my grandkids in the house. So I had to talk to him then. And one of them slipped out. And
Do your grandkids play in the shop sometimes?
absolutely.
Do they ride their bikes or roller skate or?
All of it. Pickleball, segways, I got it all.
Do you remember the DCI agent talking to you about how Amy died?
Vaguely.
Do you remember him using a term that the medical examiner's decision that it was a homicide was gospel?
Yes.
What did you understand that to mean to you?
I didn't really pay too much attention to it, I guess.
Did you have an impression that law enforcement had already decided who killed Amy?
Absolutely.
Do you know who they thought it was?
Yes. They had the finger pointed at Todd the whole time.
Do you remember talking with the agent about your thought that it was an accident?
I'm sure I did, because I don't know if you guys want to listen to this or not, but while I was at the scene, Todd told me what happened, and today he will still tell me that same exact story, that you cannot tell that twice, and it has not faltered one word from the day at the incident. You can't do it.
Mr. Krugman, does it make sense to you that Amy could have slipped and fallen on that corn rake?
That's
Object is relevance and speculation.
Objection is sustained. That answer will be stricken from the record.
Do you recall telling DCI that it didn't make any sense that it was a homicide?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what DCI wanted you to do?
It was pretty obvious what he was out there for.
What was that?
He wanted me to put some dirt on Todd. that I didn't have none.
Have you ever seen Todd get in a fight with someone?
No.
Are you aware of any evidence that Amy's death was a murder?
No evidence at all.
In your experience growing up on a farm and farming, do your kids help with farm chores?
Yes, when they were from little on, they did everything.
So would you have a 13-year-old helping you prep a hog barn?
Absolutely.
Overruled.
Would you let a child use a corn rake?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure they have.
You are aware that Todd was arrested for Amy's murder in 2019?
Yes.
Do you know who Bob Sabers is?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever talk to him about your presence at Brian's house on November 10th?
I don't think so.
Did you ever talk with a Jake Firehome?
I don't think I know that person.
Were you willing to talk to Todd's attorneys if they needed to talk to you?
Absolutely.
Did you attend any of Todd's criminal trial in September of 2019?
Yes.
And did you watch any of it online?
I think all of it.
What was your impression of the trial?
Objection, relevance. This witness's opinion of the trial is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you recall hearing defense counsel's opening argument in the trial?
Yes.
How did you feel after you heard that?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
As a farmer, do you see a lot of life and death?
Yes.
Do you also know the anatomy of the livestock you raise?
Absolutely.
Is there significant differences between the anatomy or the organs of a body of a hog and a person?
No.
Have you ever had to Google the anatomy of a person?
Objection, relevance.
That was an issue in the Google searches at trial, and this is being presented to show what counsel could have and should have put on at trial to combat that.
However, Mr. Krogman's need to Google something is not relevant to that determination.
He is a farmer just like Mr. Mullis, and it was alleged that Mr. Mullis conducted that search. So I think it's directly relevant.
The objection is overruled. Was there an answer, Kelly?
Have you ever had to Google or search the organs of a body?
No. We've actually done autopsies on hogs. When you have livestock, second nature, you turn into a veterinarian. So when something happens, you open the animal up and you see if that is the reason this critter died on you. And if you don't, then you have the veterinarian.
Just one moment. Over the years of your friendship with Todd, Did you ever observe any behavior that you would consider to be mistreatment of Amy or the kids?
No.
Do you know if you told the DCI agent your opinion on how Amy Mullis died?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking if he remembers if he told her.
Question.
I'm not asking what he told her.
The question was as to the witness's opinion.
If he remembers telling Turbot if he had an opinion about how Amy died.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
I'm quite sure I did.
Mr. Krugman, when you were with the DCI agent, do you recall any other statements that the DCI agent or like what he was asking you to do in regards to Todd?
I'm sure he was looking for some dirt on him, but I had none. I told him, I said, I'm worthless to you, man, because I have nothing for you.
Do you remember a part of the conversation or the interview where the agent wants you to like sleep on it?
Oh, yes, yes.
Do you remember what he wanted you to sleep on?
I'm kind of fuzzy on it. I really am.
Okay.
I mean, when you tell me, yeah, it comes back to me, but I can't recall all that long ago.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Krugman.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. You were discussing your interview with Special Agent John Turbot on direct examination. I just have some follow-up questions about that specifically. So that occurred in December of 2018. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
During that interview, you indicated to Special Agent Turbot that you hadn't spent much time with Todd and Amy in 10 to 15 years. Does that sound right?
Probably so.
So you would see them occasionally, but not a regular thing?
Not like we did earlier before they had children.
You also described your relationship with Mr. Mullis as you were his best friend. Does that sound right?
Yeah, we were really good friends. Still are.
What was that?
We still are good friends.
Thank you. You were asked to describe Todd and Amy's marriage, and you referenced that there were a lot of oddities. What did you mean by that?
I'm going to object because I don't believe that was the testimony, the oddities in the marriage. Is that what the question was?
Let me rephrase my question then to make it clear. In your interview with Agent Turbot, you described Todd and Amy's marriage as having a lot of oddities. Do you recall saying that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
If you had indicated that, what would you have meant by oddities?
Your Honor, if I could object and
I
ask
don't
counsel to clarify for the record if he's referring to the audio of the interview or the written report by Turbot. The narrative, do you know where it comes from? It's the narrative? Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Bakke, I think maybe if you can re-ask the question at this time.
If you had described any peculiarities, oddities, whatever word you happen to use, would there be a reason for that?
I don't think they spent a lot of time together because all he did was work and she worked at the hospital. So I don't think, I don't know, I guess it just seemed kind of odd to me. They didn't have that much time to spend together.
You indicated that I believe that they'd been married for a while, so maybe it kind of, sorry, I don't want to mince your words here. But you were aware of some concerns about Amy being unfaithful to Todd, is that fair?
I wasn't concerned about nothing.
Were you aware of it?
I heard rumors. But as far as, I don't know how you want me to answer that. If I believed every rumor I heard, you wouldn't do it.
In the time leading up to this incident on November 10th, 2018, I believe you told DCI Agent Turbot that in the 5 years before that, Mr. Mullis had not brought up Amy's name. Does that sound right?
I'm drawing a blank. I'm sorry. I don't.
Would that surprise you? Would you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't know how I should answer that. I don't really know what he's getting at.
You don't know who's getting it.
Turbot was getting what he.
So you don't remember much of your conversation with Agent Turbot? Is that what?
Well, you know how long ago that's been. Quite a while, and no, I do not remember everything that was said.
But sir, you remember whether your footprints were covered up or were showing in the snow on the day of this incident, but you don't remember your conversation about it?
With him? No, I don't remember it with him, but you're saying that you don't think I had footprints in the snow? I don't remember that, or what are you asking me?
We'll move on. You discussed what Mr. Mullis had told you about the incident involving Amy that led to Amy's death, right?
Right.
And Mr. Mullis told you that he had to remove the corn rake from Amy's body because the handle was 8 feet long. Does that sound right?
Objection. Can I ask the foundation of where this comes from?
Yes, this is from the same interview that we've been referencing.
Can we have just a moment? Sure.
This is inappropriate.
Because this narrative is not.
I'll ask any question.
Okay, go ahead. Certainly.
Thank you.
Hang on, Mike. Give me a water.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Krugman, just to be clear for the record, you were not personally present when Amy Mullis became injured. Is that right?
Right.
You don't know exactly what happened, even though you have your own speculation, right?
Yes.
So much of your testimony today was based on the fact that you have your own hypothesis of what may or may not have occurred.
Yeah, like everyone in here does. Has an idea what happened. Yes, exactly.
Fair enough. I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. further witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else that we should take up, or are we ending for the day?
We should discuss the schedule tomorrow, Your Honor, but I don't know if the court wants to do that in chambers.
I think we probably can.
Sorry. There's one brief scheduling thing that might be best, since we're done a little early, that we could talk about in chambers. And then I believe the court indicated it wanted to make a record briefly about discussions that we had on Monday. I don't know if this would be a good time or if that was still needed.
Well, we can at some point. Yeah, we can talk back in chambers about whether we do that this afternoon or later, and then we'll see where we're at maybe with regard to the NIE exhibits. But just make sure I keep a running list of my notes of things that we need to clean up at some point. We'll plan on recessing for the day and picking back up at 9 in the morning. Have a good night. Thank you.